Welcome, misfits, woohoo, to our Skeptic Bible Study 12. Is that what this is? Wait a second. Yep, it's a Bible study. Oh, wow.
Of course, I have my special one. It's got the imprimatur of the Catholic Church on this one. It is approved by the Pope. So yeah.
No one
Catholic
expects the Spanish Inquisition. Okay.
God is not mocked.
He is not mocked.
Never. It's never happened ever. Right, Mom?
Lightning bolts? No?
Yeah.
Volcanoes? You want to drown me? Oh, wait, we always look up, looking down. Lightning bolts from the
I'll
down.
tell you what,
lava.
Andy, you're right now, but if you whipped out some strange fire, your ass would be grass. You would be smoked.
I would. Apparently, I would be just like Aaron's 2 sons. 2 to 4.
4. Yeah, 4 sons.
4 sons. I don't even know how many sons he has left. Does he just have like a whole row?
They haven't told us exactly how many yet.
I would say if Aaron had the the stickers that you have on the back of a minivan, I feel like if you have just 4 X's across 4 of your kids back there, you might be doing something wrong. Run, Aaron. But yes,
praise God.
Welcome to our Skeptic Bible Study 12 Days of Sacrifice. Dun, dun, dun. Where God tells Moses how someone can become a Nazarite. It's a very select party, only
exclusive club, right?
Very exclusive. Can we check your
inner circle?
ID?
Inner circle, yes. Stockholm syndrome.
Right. Got to be an inner circle atheist and inner circle Nazarite for whatever reason. Then
God killed my kids, and I like it. Yeah.
Well, he doesn't seem to say anything. He doesn't complain. He doesn't comment on it. He doesn't say that sucks, nor does he say that's amazing. He just, at least with the first 2 kids, is commanded to sweep.
Keep it moving. Yeah.
And, Whew. Remember, guys, this is the loving God. This is the God that is pure love, the all-just God. I'll be honest with you.
Loving, logical, lawgiver God. Is that Mr. Batman spiel?
That's right. I'm just kind of looking for even a decent God.
Any shred of existence whatsoever. Then we can debate whether he's a good guy or not.
Yes, but from this text, doesn't seem like a nice guy. Just pointing that out.
Not so much.
Not so much. But then the princes of Israel go on a 12-day deity worshiping party.
Worshipping God for 12 days? And then we get to be princesses afterwards?
That's right. All you need to do is each lay sacrifices at the altar. Dun, dun, dun. As James W. and myself, Amy Newman, swing into the book of Numbers. Ooh.
Gizmo wants to be along for the ride tonight.
Hi, Gizmo. Kitty's always welcome along.
She can't get enough of them. Turn over to Gilbert. Got Gilbert. Over here.
I want to thank everyone out there for joining us out there on the intertubes. My goddess, I can't believe That's how they get it. Oh, the 5G is attacking me. Oh, God.
The 5G Titanic attack. You didn't get to see the. You didn't get to see the Titanic debate.
I watched a little bit of it, or the tail end. Gosh darn it. Gosh darn it. What in the... Ladies and gentlemen, the Titanic sank. I don't know. I tried to wrap my mind around what the motivation, and let's put... Yeah. I found the true motivation, because you could say the Alex Jones clones. I love you, babe. I love you. He's just in it to go against everything. But Rose really gave me the real answer, which is what every conspiracy theorist gives, and that is the actual emotional reason. And it's it's just like in comedy, when people believe things, it's almost like there is a intelligent and an emotional reason when you make the connection. So really, what is the what is her brain saying that is connecting with the heart, that is really at the heart of all conspiracy theories? And it's, come on, man. Are you going to believe the government? The government. You're going to really just believe what they tell you, man? And it is just that mentality overall. And look.
Yeah. I'm smarter than everybody else. I figured all this out. You sheeple out there, you don't know. You just believe whatever they tell you.
I am exactly. You got that data? Who gave you that data? I am almost apolitical at this point, but it's not about the government. First of all, the government is made of us right here. Yeah. So if you don't like your government, my question would be, maybe should we be looking in the mirror? That would be my first question, because it's just made up of normies like us.
With some special interest shills sprinkled in for a good measure.
Yeah, exactly. Look, rich people are going to rich. Yeah. There are people that conspire. But just this global mentality,
everything is a conspiracy.
Everything is just the man and the derp state, and it's like, listen, they told you, the people who did 9/11 told you, they were serious business about it. They put their trading card up there, okay? It'd be like if the Joker put their thing down there and everyone came around and they were just like, maybe it was the government.
Maybe, yeah.
Maybe. But if people put the trading card, take them serious about it.
To make the defense contractors money and starting an unpopular war that'll tank Bush's presidency and the Republican Party for 10 years.
It doesn't
seem like it was well thought out.
That people aren't, amazingly messed up and are going to abuse what comes after and try and abuse the system. But the general conspiracies, just the world is round. It really doesn't. There is nothing to gain, and I've really never seen like a good like they sit there and try and argue almost half models, but or no models really. They try and hypothesize out loud.
And anything they say, they'll just modify it because they don't really have a model. Yeah. Well, the thing with the Titanic thing is that it was almost viable as a conspiracy. It's just an insurance scam until they found the wreckage of the Titanic I think it was in the 80s, and then they took the submarines down there and they looked at it and said, no, this really is the Titanic. It's not that other ship. It just is the Titanic. It really did happen.
You can go down there. I don't understand why the conspiracy theorists can't get together. They could actually test a lot of their shit if they wanted to. They could shoot a rocket up into space and see the dome. They could see their ice, the molten core. Yo, who? Last tangent. So who the frig? What do people get out of not having the Earth have a molten core? That was Snake Boy's freaking thing.
This is an important lesson in life, and this is something that it cuts way deeper than anything else, is that there is something innately scary. There's something limiting about reality. Because when you're dealing with just conjecture, when you're dealing with your options, then everything is open. Anything is possible, right?
Exactly.
It's like when you're on a dating app and you are swiping, you are only one swipe away, perhaps, from meeting the most amazing person of your dreams, the best, most amazing person who has anything you could ever want more. You're only always one swipe away, but when you actually get settled down into reality of it, that is actually usually not what you get. People have flaws. People have issues, and at some point you have to deal with the reality as what it is, not live in a fantasy world of what possibly could be in a utopian parallel universe.
No, you have to deal with reality. That's all we have.
Yeah, but if you ignore it and you just pretend that everything's possible, then hey, knock yourself out.
Exactly. Bunk, bunk, bunk. And also, if you're feeling fancy, don't forget to like, follow, or subscribe. And set that bell icon, bunka, 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 to all so you can see our premieres and join our live streams. Hi, everyone. It's the intertubes. Those lovely inner tubes. And all right, he's been waiting backstage. So with that,
Gizmo or Gilbert?
Yes, we're going to hand it over to Gilbert so he can explain what we're about to read.
Ken who? In jail still? No? Yes? No?
Woohoo! That was just...
Is your body ready?
My body's ready. My browser was definitely not ready.
Not ready?
Woohoo! I'm so sorry, Gilbert. All right,
happens.
We're giving it to him.
Some of you may be new to this abomination of a study. These schmucks begin by reading each episode's chapters along with the annotations on the side for funsies. The hosts are a tiny bit special, so don't mind if they butcher or replace everybody's name with something completely horrible or stupid. However, the gibberish that spews forth from their face holes will still be an attempt at reading this book from cover to cover, which I'm sure has tons of wisdom or an insight on whether we can or cannot put things up our butt. If you have time to waste screaming internet memes at random strangers, then join the Discord. Or scream at them personally at your YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch streams. Finally, don't forget to support these idiots doing more lame shenanigans at Amy Newman's Patreon page. All right, schmucks, back to you.
Thanks, Gilbert.
Thanks, Gilbert.
Oh, yeah.
Right, you can find our Patreon page at patreon.com/Amy Newman, which helps us make even more fun content, including awesome Patreons like gathering all of the Infinity Stones, KO Champ,
Woo-hoo.
Woohoo! Sending love, KO Champ. But
Champ.
also, Oz from the Atheist Round Table and Networking Group,
Pancake Group.
Tanging Yo. And also, the Better event, tickets on sale now.
Coming up.
In October, connecting the
just in time for
non-believer
Halloween.
community. Exactly. A great heathen holiday, baby. Or just candy, because
Amy can go dressed as the Pope.
Wow. I will say that's a great tie-in with a candy joke.
Female transgender
they've been doing
Pope.
that for 2,000 years. What?
The first female transgendered gay bi Pope.
And you're a saint, and you're a saint, and
penis
we're
be upon
all
her.
saints. Penis be upon me. Penis be upon you. Penis upon us all. Ramen.
Gay men.
Oh, it's funny you brought up my bingo card.
Oh yeah. The famous
it's like
card.
bingo, James.
Yeah. She's in. Either
Sounds
way.
Gay.
Yeah.
I'm in. Though when you're bi, sounds straight, I'm in. Sounds
head
gay,
first either way.
I'm in. Exactly. What I'm trying to say is I'm in. I think.
There you go. Praise God.
With consent and on my knees, baby.
She wouldn't have it any other way.
But sending love on.
That's gonna be a great merch item. Your official Amy Newman knee pads.
Hey,
because when you're on your knees that much, you gotta put a little padding down
exactly. There. They work great if you're rollerblading. They work great.
There you go.
If you're shake weighting, look, it's multitasking. But also, Ian Davenport. This is also what most hearts look like in video games. Though it is what the actual heart is, with the aortas and everything. Close enough. Close enough, baby. Though some people call it the lovely strawberry. I also like the lovely strawberry. And, you
don't say.
All these creationist claims, I just fight with the YouTube censor, and they just try and bring me down every time that I want to go. You know what? Because you really 6,000, 6 to 10,000, but
closer to
it's
6.
pretty awesome. A grumpy old. Grumpy old.
Thank you, Grumpy.
Woohoo! And also 3 princesses in 1 who are probably going to fight crime, because that's what I would do if 3 princesses gathered.
If you were 3 princesses, yeah.
Exactly. Diana Smith. Sent in love, Diana.
Snow White, Cinderella, and Sleeping Beauty.
Yes, or I think Mulan. I think it's Mulan.
One of them. Any of them.
One of them. Yeah, I know this sounds funny, but I'll Make a Man Out of You is one of my favorite karaoke songs. I sing it completely non-ironically, and it's so fun.
There you go. Speaking of that, you just had your stream on the transgender LGBT stream.
I don't know. I will get that. And also Pat! Woohoo!
Pat,
Send
back in
it
town,
love
back
to
in country.
Pat. Boom, boom, boom. That's
he is
right.
almost
He's
ready.
coming
Gotta film
across the pond.
that show soon. He is
Mm-hmm.
he's about ready to go.
I was going to say, not only is he about to be on Talk Skeptic to Me for 2 more episodes, but we have just created a list that we're about to publish and go live for the community to share, basically a skeptic and ranting list for Debate Me Brah. And I think Pat and Jason are going to be our first 2v2.
Pat and Jason Torn?
Yes, I think they're looking at flood mythologies, which is to say that they're flood mythology.
That would be a tough duo. I would not want to be
specifically.
Going
I think Noah.
guys. Yeah.
Jason,
think he's a meteorologist, or no? He's a climate scientist. So there you go. So,
man, that would be an amazing debate. I'm excited already.
Come on, Mr. Batman. Come on.
I know, Mr. Batman. I will say, it's so hard to frickin' keep these creationists. I was on a stream last night, and Catholic Traditionalist came on. This is the first time I've ever heard him. Eerie is similar to, what's his name? Darth Dunkin' Donuts. And he... down to the point where, the same type of, mind game of logic path trying to get you yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. And as soon as he got to the end of his point, he even, I think it was Simos. He tried to as soon as Simos was done, he was like, okay, time to go over to Whoop Whoop. And he just tried to go over to another atheist. It's like, no, this is a conversation. And Simos, and Simos didn't even get a single question in. He was just answering questions. I also noted that. But Simos was just playing the game.
Yeah. We're asking the questions here, not you. You don't ask. You just sit there and answer.
And as soon as they tried to not allow him to go to the second person, no, people have questions for you. We have been, you and Simos just sat here for 10 minutes having a play. It was like Saw, but less. I'm trying to think of this. I'm like, this is the most boring magic trick I have ever seen. It was just trying to conceive about where information comes from, because everything appears smarter and there's more information on one side than the other. Dude, just pull a rabbit out of a goddamn hat, because you will entertain us. That's not why you believe in a god. It's not.
Watching
why are we playing this
Tangelo
game?
Go down on John Maddox.
First of all, hot. Second of all, but these games, just like many of these top-level apologetics and ontological and cosmological arguments, are for us. Thank you so much for creating these arguments for the skeptic and a non-believer, and I guess other theists that aren't you community, that aren't your exact religion, your exact sect, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Because you don't argue this shit. I listen to you guys argue among other theists. It is like listening to a Harry Potter conversation. There's pew-pews and people are coming back from the dead and splitting the moon and riding surf waves over tunnels of water. I mean,
they don't project that craziness out to the skeptic community. They try to be,
James, what is a mind? Do we even exist? Are we even here? So God.
The cause would have to be timeless, spaceless, massless. Timeless.
Faceless. Fast. Aren't you selling me a low-fat diet? That's really what it's...
So, if it's where would it be? Would it be nowhere?
Would it be?
When would it exist?
It can't
Never?
be. It's outside of time.
Yeah. It's
Oh,
outside
okay.
of time. What does that even mean?
Completely makes
I
sense.
don't know what it means, but
I get like you are saying words, but you're basically saying before causal events, where were the causes? I'm sorry. You said before there were causal events. Remember the first part?
That's why we can't understand the cause of God, because he's outside of causality. It wouldn't make any sense to us to even understand where he came from. He's so complicated, so much bigger than us.
So complicated. He's also anthropomorphic. Though, Amy, that's just the Christian worldview. No, I mean like the Jewish and the Muslim worldview. I mean like the guy who seems to be having one-on-one conversations with prophets. That's the guy I want to be talking to.
Muhammad, Joseph Smith, Moses, all the above.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You can go 4 or 5 religions, though they call themselves Christians. Though it's so funny how they seem to layer. Anytime you want to layer on a religion, you just claim the others. Oh, they were prophets too. They just weren't like the last prophet. Muhammad was the last prophet. Joseph Smith was the last prophet.
Not Anus. Amos. There you go. The book of Amos.
Hey, I would read the book of Amos or the book of Anus. So we're doing good. But sending love, Pat.
One of them you get more information out of than the other, but you can knock yourself out with both of them.
I think you would get both more tantalizing information for both the higher and lower regions with one book, and one book probably only. But
gathering all the skeptic anuses together.
Gathering all the skeptic, I will say that is kind of what my butt just does naturally. But gathering all the skeptics, and we're just kind of asking for empirical evidence. But James, that's the wrong tool. Do you understand? You can't use science. What exactly is science again? Well, it's fuck around and find out. Oh.
You can't even know anything without God.
I know, James.
Where do the laws of logic come from?
How could we even understand logic as we know it?
Without God, yeah, you couldn't.
Sir, ma'am, your burger still costs $4. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I want to see those answer these questions. Like, they sound trivial. Like I'm sorry, this is Wendy's. But I don't understand how your deity gives us any sort of logic at all. I do not understand why also a consciousness would ever grant laws.
How about this? You're a being, and you created logic and everything, but you're going to be 3 beings, but you're also going to be 1 at the same time. How you like that? Stick that in your pipe and smoke it, Amy. I'm going to be 3, but I'm also going to be 1. I'm going to be both at the same time, and you better fucking believe it, or I will have no choice, or we/I will have no choice but to roast you forever.
I played this game. This is with the guy where he wears green and the pink princess, Gandendorf sniff. Definitely.
Christian apologist being drug out of McDonald's for acting disgusting in the play place, harassing kids in the play place. Who would that
Excuse me. This is Chuck E. Cheese here. We're gonna have to ask you to. We're gonna have to ask.
You fucking trash clowns! What are you doing? Throwing my ass out of Chuck E. Cheese. Degenerate, perverted, trash clown, moron, fucks. I own this place.
If only they would come back to Jesus. That's really when you think of protecting young children, I feel like you think of people associated with Jesus.
Absolutely, yeah. Like the Catholic Church, for instance.
Exactly. Very holy. Very holy. They seem to
holy.
have many holes.
Oh, they utilize them all, apparently.
But sending love, Dale! Woo-hoo,
Dale
Dale!
Pastel.
And we've been talking about it lately, maybe too much, but the internet, I swear, it's because of
They
the
keep
phrase.
popping
The
back.
internet has both good and bad. I think we are going to win the information war. We're just in the Wild West right now. It's hard to... the information is out there, but it's so vast. And we just don't know where to look yet. Everything around us just says they're right. And as Bill Burr says, they just go to they'reright.com.
Oh. She got something in her throat there. It's all
I
right.
know. Had a little
Flavory.
something in my throat. But I think we'll make it out of this information. We'll slowly, people will understand what are scholarly articles, and people will be raised on a generation where they'll be used to hopefully filtering out bullshit.
I mean, even if you just look at like the flat Earth movement, like from today versus maybe 5 or 6 years ago, you could tell it's dying, it's dwindling, it's yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I would say that I can't even begin to explain the pro-round Earth movement, which is a funny thing to say, but people like fight the flat Earth. I love it. He gets some fun debates
Flat Earth Fridays
on his channel too. Yeah.
Fight the flat Earth.
Once again, you could argue science all day to these people. I just don't get the emotional motivation besides, and they give this every time because I've asked a few flurfers. They hate I say it with love. Flurf, flurf, turf, flurf. I'm saying these things
Davey,
with love,
from that debate, you got stuck modding. I
will always mod. I will try and do from what the hell is that movie with the Ben Stiller with the Zoolander. I will always blue steel when I'm modding.
Poker face.
And fight not to poker face because I don't want to give people unfair points, even when especially when I agree with them. But, you just filter it through
debate
while you're hearing back and sides. And I just get every time. But man, it's the government. You're going to trust what the government says, the story. They're feeding you the story. You're going to be a sheeple. Take the red pill.
Of the flat Earth, it's just flat. Look around. Look, it looks flat. Don't it look flat to you?
And the pictures. You have to look at a picture when it's flat on your flat screen TV. Just, ladies and gentlemen, you just got to use this big brain right here. Kind of think. It all makes sense. Sending so much love, Dave Gar.
Dave Gar.
And also the lead hyena of the pack. And I just love the entire carnivore branch. Because they're
the hyena man.
Hyena man. Scott Duke.
Thank you, Scott.
Sending love,
always
Scott.
On Answers in Atheism. Usually
yes. Sending love to Answers in Atheism and Speed. Pew. This chat I was looking at, I saw the kid tail end, I think, of his stream. It was bopping
he gets 20-25 people in his weather reports. No, Saturday night at the Atheist. Yeah, that's it.
Saturday night at the Atheist. And last but not least, Regis! Woohoo! Our thespian skull, as we talk about so much of the biblical Shakespeare, because the Bible likes to get thy shoved a thing up his butthole, and then God killed him.
As God. He should, right? So yeah, that was a little longer of an introduction today, but we haven't been on in a few days, so.
Well, as long as we're venting and we're ranting.
Yeah.
I can't help a good midnight rant while we're biblical studying. And, oh man, just some of the angles. Oh, I didn't even finish. In fact, speaking of a log, not only did Catholic traditionalists run after
Tail and run.
they tried to get him on topic. Also, shout out to Germania. I was on Germania's stream. Another awesome non-believer YouTuber. Woo!
Yeah, he won't touch our stream, Catholic traditionalist. He's never came on us.
I can't buy. That was the first time I've ever seen him on a stream, which is you sit on Discord, you post stuff. Dude, we enjoy the back and forth, but generally, I hate to be that chica, but in back and forth, there has to be both a back and a forth. I maybe have to rethink it, but I think that's the way it's going to be. I don't know. I don't know.
But Amy, I have this video, and it's a soccer ball in the middle of a room, and it moves, and there's nobody near it.
Ooh.
Therefore, not only Christianity, therefore the traditionalist Catholic Church.
James, that's funny that you say that. I actually have a video of a light going both on and off. Who did that?
I don't know.
You know who did that?
The devil? Satan?
Probably Satan.
Most likely. That's compelling evidence for,
Very compelling.
Right.
And I also want to send an extra special shout out to Phoebe J. Rose, who I did an interview on my transition story today. So I'm going to send
that interview.
Exactly. I thought it was a great interview.
It was, yeah.
Had a great time. I'm going to send a link to her channel in general. And if you want to check out a great stream with us, go check out her live stream tab.
It was a good interview. You'll clear lots of things up. You'll learn a lot, people.
Exactly. So I'm going to put da-da-da-da, la-da-da-da. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get her up. Get those subs. She is an awesome up-and-coming YouTuber. She is a fantastic addition to the non-believer team. She was hanging in Neil the 604 Atheist, another great YouTuber. She did an
interview with him, right? Yeah.
And she's doing fun transition stories. And so there we go. Now, during our Skeptic Bible studies, we try to greet everybody on screen. However, if you want to see your specific thoughts read out loud or shown on stream, feel free to tag me in chat at Amy Newman or James W. If he's hanging out in chat. Feel free to tag. I won't bite unless you like that. And if this is your first time to the series, you may be asking, well, which version of the Bible are we going to read? Well,
what the fuck are we getting ourselves into?
Oh my gosh, I know exactly. What are we digging ourselves into? That's a great question. Before we begin, I'm going to start by going over the specific Bible we'll be reading, along with some helpful category marks. Categories, you say? Why, yes, I do. You see, we're going to be reading from the Skeptic's Annotated Bible, an entire King James Bible lovingly fawned over by a skeptic who decided he would add his own notations. These are little flagpoles of sanity put in use to remind us that, hey, maybe slavery is evil, including categories like absurdity, injustice, and cruelty, but also a good amount of intolerance, contradictions, and conflicts with science or history. That doesn't mean it's not packed full of misogyny,
false prophecy, and some questionable biblical family values. Now, we won't skip the good parts that the Bible has, only that these passages seem far fewer in number than any priest or pastor seems to suggest. So without further ado, won't you come join the Skeptic crew?
Come join us.
That's right.
We need help to make it through this Bible because it can be pretty dry on its own. Some of these chapters can be pretty arduous.
Send in love. I see also Church of Entropy, Atheist Sanctuary, Sunflower, Sinister Purpose, The Freak, God equals square root of 1, Patrick, woo, Doorknob Head, Reservoir Guar, Sunflower, Grumpy. We are saying hi to everybody. If I missed you,
hey guys.
I'll try and keep on saying hi, Aunt Jer. Woohoo! But with that, dun dun dun. Welcome everyone to our Skeptic Bible Study. On the previous episode, bitter wooder. It's bitter. God asked Moses to do more head counts. Oh, that's exciting. Explain what we should do with lepers. A little bit more exciting, but kind of creepy. And gave us instructions on how to create a potion of bitter wooder that supposedly tests if a woman has cheated.
Oh, highly scientific. Very scientific. Very, very scientific.
Oh. Surprised we're not teaching that in chemistry class. In this episode.
Yeah.
Oh.
And in medical schools, like the obstetric medical schools, you know, what are they doing?
Exactly. Why aren't we teaching this in the top medical school? Why, James, if the Bible is a scientific textbook, why aren't we using it in hospitals? Also, funny enough that
we should
say so, James. Why doesn't God heal amputees? So, good question. And if anyone would like to know the answer.
Yeah. Why even have doctors? You could just have pastors at the hospitals. They could just pray, and everybody would be healed. At least if they were Christian, right?
You would think. Though we went searching for that answer. So go check it out on our last podcast where we're just waiting for, him to do something. But in this episode, 12 days of sacrifice.
Christmas.
Of Christmas. God tells Moses, Charlton Heston, our main man, how someone could become a Nazarite. It's the exclusive club. Then the princes of Israel go on a 12-day deity worshiping party. Woohoo! Each laying sacrifices at the altar.
Sounds like Amy's 18-hour daily porn marathons that she's been doing for several months now.
That's right. I'm
in honor of the preacher. He
trying to break
18 hours a
records.
day.
Yeah, I'm actually trying to get it to 24. Trying to beat the Guinness World Record.
Yeah. I mean, who needs sleep when you can? Yeah, I get it.
Sleep. Look, you just need stamina, lube, and a dream. And with that,
there you go.
How are you tonight, James? Are you ready, baby, to swing into numbers?
We are so ready. We're so ready.
We are
Let's do it.
So ready.
Numbers chapter 6, deep into the book of Numbers. It's been a blast so far. A bunch of censuses.
Synthesis. In fact, we are kind of knee deep into it now. We are 4 books in the Book of Numbers, and we're on chapter 6. Now, we talked about categories. It's just a small little appetizer that we're starting with, which is, of course, we gotta laugh. Did you say Shin?
Did you see that one? I did not.
I did not. But of course, we gotta keep on laughing in the Book of Numbers, chapter 6. How to become a Nazarite and what to do if you are defiled. Wow. I was going to say, this is like a handbook for what I should do every night. Fantastic.
Well, look at this scholarly analysis here.
Gay-sex been around a long time. That's true. Gay sex has been as long as multi-celled animals have been allowed to hump. And with that, and the Lord spak onto our main man, Charlton Heston.
Yeah, as usual.
As usual.
Get the stick shield out.
You're going to spak it right onto my face, which is very interesting because it's not like Lord just spoke into Moses' mind. Wouldn't that have been just easier?
No, yeah.
Boop. Speak unto the children of Ishmael, Shmishmael, and the children of Corn, and say unto them, okay, more writing, when either man or fine, a woman shall separate them, sponsored by Gatorade, shall separate themselves to a vow of a Nazarite, to separate themselves, onto where? Right onto me, baby, onto the Lord Bob. In fact, he shall separate himself, from a good time incoming. He shall separate himself from wine and strong drink. What's strong? Just alcohol, I guess? Just
liquor.
And liquor. Liquor is thicker, baby. And shall drink no vinegar of wine.
I'll be okay on the vinegar part, yeah.
I was going to say it was very random if they just said vinegar, but they always got to take out the fun stuff. Or vinegar of strong drink. Just going to go straight abolitionist. Neither shall he drink any liquor of grapes. Jeez, you be not a great frat party tonight. Neither eat moist grapes or dried. Why? At that point, you're just
no fucking raisins, Amy. No fucking raisins.
I feel like God just has a grape allergy at this point.
He executed the California raisins.
No more. He burned them all. Now it's making sense why things are going on. All from his grape allergy. All the days of his separation shall he eat nothing, not even all the breadsticks from Olive Garden, that is made of the vine tree, from the kernels even into the husk.
Even the husk.
Even the husk.
Don't even think about it.
Don't even think about it. No popcorn either. God said to Moses, say this to the Israelites. What'd he say? When a man or woman vows a vow. It's just funny when they I know that I guess you have to say it that way, but it sounds redundant. When we're vowing a vow of Nazarite, separate themselves to me. They must not drink wine, strong drink, vinegar, or grape juice. Or grape juice? Wait, what? Yo, I don't know. I don't have many negative memories of being raised in the Jewish faith, but one of the actual positive memories that I have is you got to drink grape juice. I mean, they gave us grape juice. Why are you going to take that away? Man, you're taking away the good adult drinks. Now you're taking out the kid drinks. You're not even good at birthday parties.
And he took away the raisins. So just when you pop those raisins out for your salad, nope, God's going to come and snatch that box right out of your hand.
Nope, no raisins in your cereal. Not holy. Not if you're going to take a vow. Not if you're in a personal relationship with this dude. But he's not a dude. Don't say he's a dude. Straw man. All the days of the vow of his separation.
So to freak out, obviously my comment was hyperbolic, but it does say in the New Testament that if anything you ask for that you pray for will be granted to you. So take that logic, they should be able to have priests in the hospital that would just be able to heal everybody. I'm sure there's apologetics that work their way around that, but that's what I meant. But it was obviously hyperbolic.
Just got to pray, 2 people. But James,
that's what it says.
Just read it like what it says. You need to understand the context, all right? There's been 2,000 years of context, all right? So we're taking a vow. We're getting married, apparently, to a definitely not a dude in the sky guy. All the days of his vow of separation, there shall be no Gillette razors come upon his head. I'm sorry.
Now you do not want to shave down there with cheap razors. That is a big no-no, in case anybody hasn't figured that out yet.
Don't use a razor down there, and don't come upon his head, at least right after he shaves. Until the days be fulfilled, in which, well, if we're getting married, you're not even going to let me look pretty? I mean, come on. Until the days be fulfilled, in which he separateth himself unto the Lord Bob. He shall be holy, of course, and shall let the locks of the hair of his head grow. I wonder if where a lot of this is where this Hasidic stuff comes from. It might not be, but I'm starting to see a pattern.
Well, that's why Jesus depicted him with long hair, because they called him a Nazarite.
Oh, really?
That's where they got it from originally.
I mean, a lot of religions have this stuff. It is within the Muslim religion that you're not supposed to cut your beard, or you're supposed to keep a long, healthy beard. Which I like a cute beard on a guy, but to then mandate a beard, now you're getting creepy. All right, we're having the hair grow. Let the locks of the hair. All the days that he separateth. Oh no, you're gonna separate from me? Did you even leave a note himself unto the Lord Bob? He shall come.
Well, okay.
At no dead body. Yo, come at me, bro.
She'll come at no dead body. Oh, what a wholesome, loving verse in the Bible. That's amazing.
Yeah, I was looking over this chapter before we went into stream, and it is a weird one. It's another one where, what are your thoughts on a beard on a girl? I'll say if she could pull it off, then pull it off, baby. I saw, what's it called? There's a guy. He's very popular in Japan. Lady beard? I forget what the hell. But he's a singer, and he wears gothic Lolita outfits with a full beard and sings heavy metal with a Kiwi pop band of singers behind him. So we like it all. Da 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 da. That's the great thing of my sexuality being like Deadpool. Just bring bring the happy people in front of me. Also, they're making another Deadpool movie. Yes. And it might be within the MCU, baby. All right. He shall not make himself unclean for his daddy or his mama.
Abba father.
His other father.
Abba.
His Abba father.
Yeah.
For his brother or his sister, when they die, they die. They go right in the ground. Once again, don't know why you're taking it out on someone after they die. You're making them cut hair. But okay. Because the consecration of...
What they're saying is he can't prepare the body for his family after they die because he would have to touch the body and that's unclean. So he can't participate in the burial of his family.
What? That's kind of mean. Okay. Because the consecration of his goddess is upon his head. Oh, the days. Actually, before I go on, let's just say, while he is a Nazarite, he must come at no dead body, including his father, mother, brother, sister. Oh, you're saying anyone in his family who dies, he can't visit? Because
he can't handle the body, I think, in any way, like in terms of the burial or cleaning the body, because, I mean, it's even you see in other cultures, like those kind of people, like in India, they're considered untouchable. Those guys who like the undertaker funeral home type people who do that work are, outcasts of society. They're viewed as like a lower secondary class of people because they handle dead bodies. It's throughout other cultures. This is just more example that this is just people of the day, they didn't really understand much of anything about anything, so they just thought, hey, the dead body, it might be dirty, it might have cooties on it, so yeah.
We went through various stages. There was a certain point where people thought it came from smells, diseases came from aromas, and, we have gone far past where our beginnings, even if many of our first attempts were in religion or in superstitious crafts like alchemy, which eventually got us chemistry.
Magic.
But just because they are our roots doesn't mean that then the ether exists. It could be, but need evidence.
Probably not.
Probably not. Probably gravity affects gases.
Most likely.
All the days of his separation, that bitch better be holy unto the Lord. And if any man die, wow. Okie dokie. And if any man die very suddenly by him, and he have defiled, he's rubbing his head on the grave. That is not right. The head of his consecration, then he shall shave his head. In the day of his cleansing, and on the 7th day, he shall shave it, get that Gillette razor ready, baby, and go to town.
If you don't look like Mark Reed when you're done, keep going.
Keep going. Sending love to Mark.
And Will.
So I will say, I'm biased, though I have good taste. Men who are losing their hair. Or at least more than 50% of it is gone. Shave the hair. Just shave it. You could do comb overs. If the comb over works, you got like 60 to 75% or more, go for it.
But when it's down to 50%.
Yes. When you have like the ring where like Burns.
Just around the
back.
Like
from The Simpsons, just shave it. We're getting to Mitch McConnell. And on the 8th day,
he absolutely does.
A large. And on the 8th day, he shall bring 2 Mitch McConnells or 2 turtle doves or pigeons. I like pigeons. Though they call them rats of the sky. Though I like rats, so I'm a little bit biased. especially Rat Catcher 2 in the Suicide Squad. I can't help myself. But also to the priest class, to the window, to the wall, to the door
that amazing
of the
priest
tabernacle hall. Exactly, that amazing priest class of the congregation who get mentioned. We don't know any of the people of the congregation, but they're in there. Take our word for it. And the priest class, who's working with a paladin and a rogue, shall offer the one for a sin offering, my kind of offering, and the offer for a burnt offering. Oh, I ask for medium, and make an atonement for him. Okay, fine, make an atonement. Throw him into the pit, for that he sinned by the dead, and shall hollow his head the same day. What? On the 8th day, the Nazarite must offer 2 doves or pigeons, one for a sin offering and one for a burnt offering. Okay. And he shall consecrate he shall consecrate unto that Lord Bob. He likes calling himself Lord. I find this creepy. It's one of my pet peeves. I know that to a lot of Jews, Christians, when they see the word Lord, I serve the Lord. I don't serve you, I serve the Lord. It sounds to them,
praise the Lord.
I don't know, honorable. But to me, it just seems like Stockholm Syndrome. Yes, my Lord. Yes, I'll get right on it. Worship you, my Lord.
Bring me 2 turtle doves. And then kill them and spray the blood all over. And then I will be able to forgive thee for thy sins.
Also, another pet peeve. Oh, English lords. No, but I love you, English lords. But hi, X Music. But also a pet peeve. I want to ask just conservative Jews. I just don't get the yarmulke. Just like I don't get, well, actually, I'm learning that there is no the thing in the Quran is supposedly modesty, and then the context got put over into hijab. But I just don't understand why you would wear the hat for a deity. I don't understand why deities need to seem to regulate clothing for any religion. It always just seems strange.
Remember when he was making the uniforms? Very particular, very specific about every thread on that uniform for Aaron Ra and his sons. And I don't even know why it was such a big deal, because he knew he was going to end up killing most of Aaron Ra's sons anyway. So, let me make a uniform for him before I kill him. And then,
be fine.
Yeah, I'll tell you their name also right before I kill him.
Yeah, those
we'll
stories
name them and then we'll kill them.
Were not the stories they told me in Hebrew school. They went over the, I'm going to call them Saturday school versions of it, where everyone was really nice. See, I just imagine now the Noah story, like it's a happy Noah with happy animals, and then just like happy screams,
right.
There are pictures of happy little people just throwing their arms up in the air as their lungs fill with water.
What I read a children's book the other day about the Exodus in the store, and I picked it up, and it was typical, but you know what part they completely omitted? I mean, they went over the frogs, the boils, the hail, the water to blood. They completely omitted, they just skipped over the part about killing the firstborn humans and animals in Egypt. They completely left that out. I wonder why. Huh.
And Aunt Jer, I am looking at what the tickle is. I mean, anything that I am all for modesty, if that's what you're into. Like I'm open to both sides. Like I have If you want to dress and show as much skin as you want, if you are an adult baby, show off whatever you want. If you want to go the other way and you want to cover up so much, I feel bad calling the niqab the ninja suits, but you want to wear niqab, wear a niqab. All I'm asking is that nobody forces either side or anybody else to,
do what you want.
Do what you want. And
Not
all right.
anybody else. Freedom, people. Freedom.
Yeah, as long as you're not hurting anybody. And he shall consecrate. You're gonna consecrate? Oh, baby. Oh, you're gonna consecrate unto the Lord, Bob? Hot. Unto the Lord, the days.
Many, many times.
All over me. Oh, many, many times. Many times you can. For his separation. And shall bring a lamb. What'd the lamb do? God. A lamb. Though I have to say, I'm definitely a carnivore. I can't help myself. Though we're going to eat it. We're not just going to kill it for a random reason.
Oh, the priest will eat it. Don't worry
about God. It. Exactly. The priest class. A lamb of the first year for a trespass offering. Excuse me. Get off my lawn. No step on snake. But the days that were before shall be lost, unless it doesn't have a good final season, in which case, I'll watch something else. Because his separation was defiled. Not as defiled as a good night at Atlantic City, though. Woo! Woohoo! And this is the law of the Nazarite.
Defiled.
That is, baby. When the days of his separation are fulfilled. Fulfill them. Fulfill those laws. He shall be brought unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, smongregation. And if anyone doesn't know, the tabernacle is the lovely, portable, holy tent that we set up and has become kind of the holy headquarters for Moses and Aaron and all the fun tales that God has been transmitting into their brains.
Yeah, a fancy tent.
A fancy tent.
With fire all around it, though, too. God is quite the fire marshal.
Quite the fire marshal.
Torches and sacrifices, but as we said before, make sure it's not strange fire because...
yes, just not a strange fire.
You don't want to even play with that.
Or he'll smoke your butt. And he shall offer his offering unto the Lord Bob. Give it to me, baby. One he lamb of the first year without blemish for a burnt offering. Oh, you...
Sure.
I really gonna put a blemish on this ram?
Extra blemish?
Extra blemish. That's right. Medium, rare, extra blemish. For a burnt offering and one ewe lamb chop of the first year without blemish for a you need to sin as much as you can offering. But also one Dodge Ram. Without blemish, of course, because, ew, you're going to put blemishes on my Dodge Ram? For a peace offering, something you don't hear a lot of. Yeah. Well, we can't have peace. We can't have, almost like a tower.
People working together?
Symbolize, yeah.
They're not killing each other?
No stabby. That'd be terrible. Oh my!
Come on, next
and our favorite
no slavery. They're not enslaving people.
Not going to put slaves. I know, right? Are you going to tell me we can't own other humans as property and not give them money as we work them in fields? Wow! It's funny, and we're not going to use that as a book. so that we have to go to war and settle this? Oh, what a good time. What a good time. But our favorite, James, you wouldn't want that bread to rise, would you?
Why would we want that?
I know, right? I know I wouldn't. And so we need a basket. A whole basket, baby. Wow. I'm now imagining Moses like in line at the store. Yeah, I just needed a lot of bread. What can I tell? Deities these days. He's just checking out through the
but
self
it's fucking
thing.
11, so it's got to be fucking crackers.
Yeah, exactly. And so it has
Whole
to
bunch
be
of
an
fucking
entire
crackers.
basket of unleavened bread. Cakes of fine flour mingled with oil. Mingled. And wafers of unleavened bread anointed with oil. See, some of those words sound good. It almost sounds like cooking with Yahweh is about to turn good. But why unleavened? Why unleavened? And their meat offering is going to be thick and long, baby. Did someone order
Extra
a meat offering?
Extra hard.
Extra hard, baby. And their drink offerings, because, yo, if you're going to get a meat offering, you might as well order a drink offering too. Kind of go together. I'll take a number 7 meat offering with a large drink offering, please. Fantastic. And the priest class will also work with the rogue class, shall bring them before the Lord Bob, and shall offer him lots of sin offerings. He's a naughty, naughty boy. And his burnt offering, he kind of likes his steak well done. And he shall offer the Dodge Ram for a sacrifice of peace, because somehow giving a literal scapegoat gives peace. Offering unto the Lord Bob. Once again, science right here, we're learning. With the basket of unleavened bread. The priest class shall also offer the rogue his meat offering and his drink offering. He'll say, open wide, baby. I need to give you my meat offering.
Is that the social justice rogue? It'll offer the social justice rogue a meat offering?
Yes. In fact, send in love to the to our social justice rogue. I think she is doing the Oraka, having fun. So send in love. And send in love to everybody in chat. Hi, everybody in chat. In fact, keep on feeling free to tag Amy Newman or James W. in chat.
Do it.
And we will share your wisdom about the wisdom that we're reading. All right. We're also reading, if you just joined us, Numbers chapter 6, the 4th book and the 6th chapter of the Bible. And the Nazarite shall shave his head, because we need to make the carpet match the drapes. Yes. Oh, look, she's here. Yeah, baby. Hi, Amaretto. Sending love.
Hey, Amaretto. The rogue herself pops in.
That's right. Oh, critical. I don't understand why he needs all these frickin' offerings. So
all these,
revenge.
Sounds very, very human-like almost in his with what he needs. Wouldn't you say?
Does sound very human. It sounds like this is what a guy would want if he reigned supreme. Like a guy putting a crown on himself or being Pharaoh.
I want you to kill a bunch of animals, and that will allow me to forgive you for what you did with all the bad things you did. Does that make sense?
James, you just gotta slit the throat, blood goes out, and then I like the smell because Yahweh
It's a sweet savor. Yeah.
likes the smell of blood. Yeah, sweet savor. Tangy.
Like going into the CR Chicks, the roast chicken place, whatever they have where you guys are. They have the chicken spinning in the rotisserie, and except with God, it's like his sacrifices, or down in hell, the people roasting.
Right. We're also selling timeshares in hell. You can get your passport. It's a lovely place right next to the Lake of the Damned. Get it. Your hot spaces now while they last, folks.
The forecast is hot.
Hot.
Global warming is always in effect.
Until the second coming, which normally just takes 15 minutes to 2 hours, depending on how long your deity can recharge and if he eats another meat offering in between. Anyway,
a large meat offering.
A large meat offering. We keep on shaving hair. This is just I would like the Bible to give us some tantalizing wisdom. I'm waiting for it, James. It's coming. That's what she said, but I'm waiting for it.
Well, you gotta be waiting. You can keep waiting, but
shall shave the head of the separation of the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, who we don't talk about or interview, and shall take the hair of the head of his separation. Look, we're just separating hairs now.
Burn the hair? Okay, makes sense.
Burn it all. And put it
offering
in the fire. Mwahaha. Which is under the sacrifice of peace offerings. Because if there's one thing that I think of to symbolize of peace, it's burning things on fire.
I mean, that's kind of like the epitome of peace right there. I don't know what could be more peaceful than that, but
exactly. Burn him. Burn them all. Loving God is under the sacrifice of the peace offerings. And the priest class, along with the rogue and the warrior, shall take the sodden shoulder of the Dodge Ram and go vroom vroom. And one...
I like when it goes vroom vroom.
Oh, baby, and vroom vroom vroom. And one unleavened cake. I don't know. What is a cracker cake taste like?
Probably pretty dry. Yeah.
Yeah, can't imagine.
Probably pretty dry, yeah. Knock yourself out, though.
Knock yourself out, exactly. So we had out of the and one unleavened cake out of the basket. Oh, we're taking it out of the basket. That's good.
It's a special basket.
It's a special basket. It's a curious basket, along with that curious girdle. And one unleavened wafer. Like I said, I think we're going to we're either dieting or cooking with Yahweh. And shall put them upon the hands, getting hot, of the Nazarite. After they, oh my,
in his hands. So this is exciting.
Shake weights, lots of shake weights. In the hands of the Nazarite, after the hair of his separation is shaven with the Gillette razor. Oh my. And the priest shall keep his hands away from little boys. No. And the priest, apparently takes them 2,000 years to learn that one. And the priest shall wave them for a wave offering.
Back to the wave offering. Maybe we'll get to the breast offering again. Yeah. Your favorite offering, the breast offering.
That's right, baby. Always have my breast offering.
The unforgettable heave offering. We're going to heave.
Well, I mean, you take so much meat offerings and drink offerings and unleavened bread.
Heave offering.
You're going to have a heave offering eventually. all right, we're wave offering before the Lord Bob. He's so holy. That Bob has been reigning supreme over multiple timelines. This is holy for the priest class as he fights with the Rogan warrior with the wave breast and the
breast
heave on the shoulder. You're going to heave on my shoulder? Great. And after that, fine. The Nazarite may drink wine. Let them have cake. This
they
is
can have wine now, really?
Oh, how nice.
That's nice of God.
Exactly. Like I said,
Invite
let
them to the
eat
party.
cake. This is the law of the Nazarite, who have vowed, and his offering unto the Lord for his separation. Don't separate from me, baby. Besides, that his hand shall get according to the vow which he vowed, which is what vows are.
The vow that he vowed.
The vow that he vowed. Thank you. So he must do after the law of his separation. And the Lord Bob spak all the frig over onto Charlton Heston.
Thank you, God.
Thank you, God. Speak onto Aaron Ra. He's kind of crawled up in the corner crying. And onto whichever sons are left, saying, on the wise, ye shall bless the children of Israel Shmishmael, saying unto them, the Lord bless thee and keep thee. The Lord make his face shine upon thee and be gracious unto thee. The Lord lift up his countenance upon thee and give thee peace, or leave them in pieces, whichever one comes first. And they shall put my name upon the children, unless you're kind of, once again, the Catholic Church of Israel.
What is that? Jealous or I am that I am? Which name? Jehovah, Yahweh? Which one? Which name shall they?
I am jealous.
He's got so many.
He does have so many names. And I will bless them. Mwahaha.
A fire hose of blessing.
A fire hose of blessing. And I'll tell you, that was a fire hose of so much wisdom, because we just read Numbers chapter 6.
So I mean,
what do you think, James? That was
clearly, like, we have seen proof that this God really must be the God of the universe. In fact, if you aren't ready and willing right now to give up your entire life, even your afterlife, to serve this God and worship him, then I don't know. There's no hope for you.
James, what would we even want to do besides worshiping the all-powerful deity forever and ever?
I can't think of anything that would be better. Nothing comes to mind that would be better. I mean, between that and watching the grass grow, I mean...
Yeah, it's a hard competition.
There's so much wisdom, so much love, too.
Speaking of so much love, we are now moving on to the book of Numbers. Count 1, 2, 3, 4. Chapter 7. The theme of the night: animal sacrifices when dedicating the altar. Dun dun dun.
Yeah, that altar.
And I'm going to be honest, as I have every night, I really don't get the animal sacrifice thing.
Yep,
I
we're
really
doubling down
don't
on it
get
too.
The whole how you can kill something and somehow that will lead to God liking us?
Yeah, not being mad
Not
at you
being
anymore.
angry? Yeah.
It'll squelch his anger for all the naughty things that you did and thought about doing?
You've been a naughty, naughty boy,
Oh,
James.
so naughty. I need a lot of sacrifices.
Well, I'll tell you, do we have sacrifices for you?
Oh,
In
do you have
fact,
more?
we have 12 days of sacrifices, baby. But before we get to that, we have two categories. We have both a scooping of violence. Because if you're not going to have sex, you got to have violence. One's got to sell. Stabby,
they kind of go hand in hand, but yeah, I get you.
Exactly. Though, of course, James, it's going to be a chapter of pure excitement, just a roller coaster, because it's just going to be day after day of just giving stuff to God.
I mean, what else would you rather be doing? I can't think of anything that would be better than that. I mean,
exactly. We're going to do it.
Beating slaves, defiling women. Worshiping God is still better than those. As fun as those are.
Also, sending love, Don. Thank you so very much. And saying hi to Sunday worship. Woohoo! And everybody. And Kathy. Saying hi to Kathy. And everybody in
Not a full
chat.
house tonight.
I know.
So who's who for heathens and yep.
Gathering all the heathens and our non-believing and our believing friends. Come on and Bible study along with us. It's just the literal word, right? It can't be scary. Come on. And all right.
Just two schmucks taking the Bible out of context, reading what it says, thinking it means what it says. I mean, it's
God. James, you can't
the audacity.
read it literally.
I know we have some level of audacity that we do.
Now the question I ask Coffee is which gods? That's the important question. Because if it's Loki, and specifically Loki from the Marvel Cinematic Universe, then I understand. Along with Thor. So that's two
You
gods.
understand?
Yes. Well, yeah, and I'll even take Fat Thor or really ripped Thor. I'll take either version. We're not hating the dad bod, though I do like a little bit of a rip bod. That works too. We accept all here. And all right, animal sacrifices.
That works too for you, huh?
Before I get too hot, baby. Woohoo! That's right. Animal sacrifices when dedicating to the altar, because apparently God likes barbecue.
Oh, does he ever?
One true God, of course. That does. I don't know. That doesn't seem to clarify for me, because I actually had someone. Let's go with last Tuesday. Totally last Tuesday. Definitely happened. That said that 12 gods are actually the right ones. That it actually takes these 12 gods that they pray to, and that they are the one set of true gods. It's a pantheon.
Oh, wow.
So how do we know between the person I met last Tuesday and your God? I would like to. But also sending love.
As Mr. Batman would say, well, the Christian God, he's the only God that is immaterial, timeless, spaceless, loving, logical, lawgiver, cocksucking God.
I don't know. That almost sounds like a good God, but they never seem to want to get down on their knees. That's the problem.
He's loving, logical. He gives a really mean blowjob, and he's God.
Oh my!
Praise God.
Also, sending love to question all things. Who just joined us as well. I'd rather sacrifice. Oh, hey, Mr. Batman could cut. He came on. Hold on one second. I'd rather sacrifice animals by cooking them on my stove and offering them to my stomach. No point. I know. That's what I'm saying. That's least
more effective.
Look, I wish that I could even be a vegetarian, but I freaking love animals. Or I love eating animals. I love animals. I love eating animals. But the guy.
It should be out.
Something's going on. You okay? I'm trying to think what my you're woohoo! What's up, Mark?
So far it's just been animals today. They've been burning some animals, yeah. Lots of sacrifices.
I'm trying to remember what my concept, but the other thing with the Catholic traditionalist and all of the people that after he was kind of shot down, we also and then left and then rage quit because he wouldn't have a back and forth. Jill also came on. And Jill talked they gave the same spiel, gave like a same trying 101. And then once the atheist was done speaking with his, I guess I'm trying to think, it's not even, I guess it's a logic flow. You just know that all leads back to God, and they rage quit. Or he did something like, "Come join my channel if you feel like to pay me." It's like, no, you were on. You were talking.
Does he have a channel?
Jill. And I don't know if Catholic Traditionalist has a channel, but he's welcome to join. Just actually come on and join and talk to us. Don't just throw malted cocktails in the freaking.
So if you, I think I've told you before, but if you want to know like where most of his stuff comes from, there's an old YouTube channel that's been around for since 2006. The Most Holy Family Monastery. It's like a traditionalist Catholic monastery in New York, and they've been putting out crazy bunker stuff since 2005. But they're a Sedi Vacantis traditionalist Catholic group. They think that there is no pope right now because for the past 50 years, all the popes have been apostates, so they're not really popes. So, yeah.
They're not the real popes.
They're not the real popes because the real pope has to be a real Catholic. They're not really Catholic because they denied Catholic teachings, which, to their point, as a quick side note, it was true that the Catholic Church did change a lot of things in the 1960s. With the Second Vatican Council, they modernized a lot of their beliefs, and that did alienate a lot of the former hardliners who were, okay with the previous beliefs that everybody who's not a Catholic goes to hell. That's just the way it is. You have to be a Catholic. That's it. But that didn't sound very inclusive and ecumenical, so they had to soften their stance a little bit.
Well, they always do every few years a PR update. They have to reevaluate what social norms can they adopt because the social pressure is overwhelming, and what culture battles are they going to stick in. And
they'll still tell you we are totally anti-gay, but we're actually not really. We don't really care about it anymore because it's not anything that I think that. It's in their book, so they have to hold that stance. But from a pragmatic standpoint, who cares? They're trying. They have to try to juggle the reality of it and be faithful to their book.
Yeah. It's hard because, well, that's why I think, the secular Jews do so well. You just ignore half your book or
The
more,
bullshit,
and
yeah.
you just do great. Fellow, hi. Also sending love to Skywatcher.
Those are Aussies, yeah.
And also sending love to Blaster Master. Woohoo! That's right. Jill did a hit and run. I call them multiple cocktails, but the exact same thing. Just hit and run. They're not there to come for conversation. Like, look, we are the debate community, okay? We like to debate. Debate me, brah. But these guys who are just there, like, if your entire shtick is gotchas, like there are like your entire existence and shtick is just all gotchas, you're an asshole. Like, you're just trying to set up social interaction traps for everyone you meet.
And the Christians are good at this because, like Ken Hovind, there are things you can say and points that you can say that are concise and easily understood that are not true, and then to go and to debunk those, it takes time, and it's a lot harder to debunk and show that it's bullshit than it is to just spew it out. And Ken Hovind will spew out a whole bunch of these, and then you have to try and go back and apply logic and try to show how, even though it sounds good what he said, it's actually bullshit.
Yeah, well, all of them want to debate their very, very specific stuff, like which never have to do with what they actually believe. And so Catholic traditionalists tried, I'm going to be generous and call, like, his information theory approach. And then Jill came in with his prophecy approach, and you didn't feel like Jill owned you, and now you must become a Christian. I know. Well, no, Jill rage quit before I even really got to even interact with him. In fact, both of them, it was basically like the moment I was able to actually ask questions, that's when they left, which is the same vibe I get with Darth Dawkins. They, anytime that he's off his home territory, they're not here to debate. They're here to do their little shtick, and that's it.
Try to make you look stupid, try to make you look dumb, and score points, and then kick you out of the server, and then say, I owned that atheist. I destroyed her. Him, her, he, she, whatever.
But they end up just looking like assholes, in my opinion.
More often than not.
And all right. We are in our tabernacle, and it came to pass on the day that, yes, oh geez, that Moses had fully set up that tabernacle, our little portable tent where we have our PS5.
Could you set up the bathroom part really quick? Because I really got to go. I got to go bad. I've been holding it. Yeah. I got to pee.
And actually, now that I'm seeing Blaster Master, I'm going to go on there myself. A shout out also to our Twitch stream, which is growing. So if you like all different,
thank you,
doesn't matter what platform you like. If you like Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch, we're streaming. Streaming, baby, out to all.
If you want to listen to us on all three, that's up to you. But
all three.
That might be a little hard to follow.
And all right, anointed. We're getting our anointed able. We're getting the lube ready. And then we sanctify it. And all the instruments thereof, even
did you
your
sanctify
dentist
my
office.
instrument?
I did. 4 out of 5 dentists sanctified it. Both the altar and the always, always a good thing when we're talking about altars. Definitely not a cult or anything like that.
So you do dental work on the altar, and as part of the biblical dental work, the dentist has to spray pigeon blood in your mouth to help with your
Exactly.
toothache. Help with your
James,
toothache. It's modern science.
We're just trying to talk science. Also, hello, Ian. Woohoo! Skywatcher says Darth is not interested in conversation. He bullies and berates. Yes, he is actually, in my opinion, his entire methodology is the attack of surprise. Because if it's like taking a test, if you learn the test over and over and you get to play it, Darth becomes very boring because you could just respond to all his things because what is your everything? The giant almighty butthole in the sky. My theory, he's a short man like me, but he has a Napoleon complex, short man syndrome. Yes, I think, some guys, and I'll tell you why, because I'm not just saying this for like the theist or the presup or whatever, because I'm sure there's a lot of respectable, like, I don't know what Psi 10 Bergen Cake's community is, though they really don't have a good track record now that I'm thinking about it. We think of Mr. Batman, but the thing with Darth is that he has this Discord channel with a specific thing that says Atheist Helpline, which is basically a clickbait title in and of itself. He's just trying to get, in my opinion, atheists who have never come around him a lot because he needs to have a fresh, let's go through the shtick. And so he can then go, and scuff at them. And then when they don't answer his questions right, he can then throw them out. And he doesn't want you to ask questions back.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Only one more. Just in one more, two more, three more, four more questions. And then
all right, I'm done. I'm done. Boot. You're gone, Newman.
Woohoo! Also, yes, this is. In fact, welcome to our Skeptic Bible Study. We are a bunch of heathens. However, we do have lots of theists. We invite everybody. So send in love no matter what. In fact, we are reading the fourth book of the Bible, Numbers, and we're in chapter 7. As we move along, Moses has been, if this was Saw, Moses, I think, is going to get the key. I'm betting on him.
Yeah.
Fuck us. That's right. Fuck us. Gotta fuck us.
Fuck us, Newman. You've been diagnosed with ADD, Newman.
Why, yes. I have. Good times. All right. In fact, we're going to get the 7 princesses of Israel.
All 7, huh?
All of them. The heads of the house of their fathers, who were the princesses of the tribes, and were over them that were numbered, offered. That was
I
English.
numbered?
Yes. It's going to be a beauty pageant. And they brought their offering before the Lord. Kinky. Bob. 6 covered wagons from the Oregon Trail, though most of them died. They all got, I forget what, Disitin. They ran out of food. Trying to remember, there's like a specific disease you get on the Oregon Trail that everyone got, that just everyone keeled over from. And 12 oxen. Yeah, see, Oregon Trail. A wagon for 2 of the princesses. And
they did trade with the Indians.
Right. And they brought for them an ox before the tabernacle. Bring me 2 oxes, very strong.
And Kenthoven will dox thee.
Yo, is it true that Kenthoven just got arrested or something?
Yeah, he did.
What
knocking his estranged wife to the ground.
Dude.
Listen, Ken Hovind, he does not take crap from women. You make him mad, your ass is gone to the ground. Ken Hovind is not playing that.
Like, that place is a horror show in and of itself. Oh. And my browser crashed.
Browser
Why?
closed.
Thank you.
It's all the
Thank
other
you,
Firefox. If you close those, your browser will probably your browser will.
All right, I'll get rid of my Pornhub tabs. You're gonna make me. And they brought them before our portable flying tent that's bigger on the inside, the tabernacle. And the Lord spake all over Moses, saying, take it of them, and they may do a service of the tabernacle of the congregation, and thou shalt give them unto the size 7, give or take, Levi's jeans. I used to be a 5 to 7. I was skinny. My butt don't fit in that no more. To every man according to his service and his shake weights.
Those are important.
Those very important. And Moses, our main man, Charlton Heston, who's trying to get a new contract, took the wagons from the Ali Oxen Free from the video games and gave them onto the Levi's jeans, onto Oregon Trail. 2 wagons and 4 oxen. Once again, this is just a chapter filled with wisdom. And he gave unto the sons of Gohan according to their service.
Excellent. Good job, Moses.
Thank you, Moses. And 4 wagons and 8 oxen. Dude, this is just the laundry list. Lovely laundry list.
Yeah, we've gone into exposition mode.
I know, back in exposition mode. And he gave unto the sons of Mermaid, according unto their service, under the hand of Ithma Thara Maradara, the son of Aaron Ra, the priest. He's level 60 now. But and I played World of Warcraft when level 60 was the frickin' top. Oh, what fun days. Leroy Jenkins. But anyway, unto the sons of Kohath, my favorite. I ate there once with that guy. He gave none, because the service of the sanctuary belonging unto them was that they should bear upon their shoulders, head and shoulders, knees and toes. And the princesses offered for the dedicating of the altar in the day that it was anointed with lots and lots of anointing oil.
Extra oil, baby. I need more.
Extra oil. Just pour it on there. Even the princesses offered their offering before the altar. Even the princesses? And the Lord Bob said unto Moses, why are you saying it here and you spack other places? Also, why are you still a first-person character? This is still never going to get used to this. And the Lord, even though that's what I'd like for evidence, it doesn't matter if I get used to it or not. Please, God, if you're real, I look up. I'll look down just in case it's down. Who knows? God,
just let Amy see your back parts, like you did with Moses. Bend over and give Amy a peek from behind.
Just a little peek. Or I say, if they want a personal relationship, take me out for dinner. Jesus H. Christ, literally. Come on. All right. Anointing oil, princesses. And the Lord's talking to Charlton Heston, trying to negotiate a contract. And he that offered his offering, because that's what you do with offerings, redundantly redundant, the first day was Nashon Tashandu, the son of Aminadab. You take a dab. Dab. Of the tribe of Judah was a great song, and his offering was one of the silver charger, great car. The weight thereof was 130 shekels. Exactly. Don't jip me. One silver bowl of 70 shekels. Does it have to be a silver bowl? After the shekel of the sanctuary, has to be. Both of them were full of fine flour. Man.
Oh, extra fine.
The funny thing is, I almost called this chapter like the 12 days of animal sacrificing, but it's a laundry list. It's animal sacrifices along with some silver and some shekel. You're like, it's very weird that it's we got bowls.
Silver bowls.
Okay, silver bowls. Flour mingled with oil.
Christmas song, Silver Balls. Silver Balls.
Always love a good decorated set of balls. All right. After the shekel of the sanctuary, a ball sanctuary, both of them were full of fine flour mingled with oil for a fine, fat-tasting meat offering. Right,
but it better not be self-rising flour. That would be bad. Make sure there, no baking soda mixed in that fucking flour.
You want to start, James? You really want to start? You want that flour to fucking rise? I will cut you. All
just
right.
a little baking soda in there.
Just a little bit.
No? Okay.
I'm sorry. Pat, we are sending so much love to you. I understand. It's hard to miss even a minute of this wisdom. I mean, this
get
is
with
the
Discord about setting up a time. We'll figure out when we're going to do that.
Exactly.
The next show.
Well, and as we release this list, we just got to now find two people. In the docket, I think, is Claire and Mark. I think they're going to be the very next. They're going to be our one-on-one as we take on
and I do mean God help us with that. God help us. That.
And then right after
may
that,
live to regret that, but we're yeah.
Well, I mean, and we also need to. The actual original toning was should theocracy is a good system. Well, we'll word it in a way that it's a productive discussion.
Secular.
You like secular versus secular Quranism?
Secularism versus secular Quranism.
I mean, I guess that's her shtick. The thing I wanted to ask Claire is just if you're gonna edit the book, just make your own set of laws and make it the Book of Claire, like or call it whatever.
Don't tempt her with that.
But I don't understand why attach Islam at all. Like, if you're gonna take the miracles out and Muhammad was just a guy who got some stuff right and some stuff wrong, then just incorporate that like what we do with every other human. I don't get what was there. Is there something special? Which brings me up another new pet peeve: holy text. What in the is with holy text? I don't understand. Is there something special about? Like, I love books. We should be promoting more reading in this country and all around the world. But is there something special about it being written down?
And there is wisdom and insight to gain from reading ancient mythologies. It lets you know what the people at the time were thinking, what they were dealing with, their struggles, their fears, their outlook on life. You can learn a lot from it. It's only when you take it and try to say, actually, though, it's all real.
Well, these are the record keepers of their interpretations of the world around them and how the universe works. we're really gaining insight into how people thought in the time, how they interacted. You can mine a lot of knowledge as long as you detach yourself from the notion that this comes from God or a God.
Yeah.
Like, not chapters like this. This is what I was just, we were just saying. Holy moly. When I am in a deep, dark spot, I often say this, and I just don't know how I'm going to get out of it. I think to myself, and his offering was 1 silver charger. The weight thereof was 130 shekels. 1 silver bowl of 70 shekels. After the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them were full of fine flour mingled with oil for a meat offering. And I just know, I know that everything's going to be all right, James. I just know. That passage, it's been with me in a long time. It's one they definitely taught us in Hebrew school.
It's one of the hits. It's one of the good ones.
One of the good ones. But we can't edit this shit. Stuff.
Life-changing. I mean, it's so great. Why would you want to edit it? Why would you want to edit it when it's so great? I mean, it's
James,
perfect.
It's a narrative. We're building a narrative. I don't know what that narrative is, but we're building it. 1 spoon of 10 shekels of gold, full of incense. Yo, God, you're being a little extra. I hate to break it to you, but like, we haven't even had a date. You wanted a personal relationship. You're asking me for a spoon of 10 shekels of gold.
In a silver bowl too, on top of that.
In a silver bowl. Oh, goody. We also need 1 young Sandra Bullock from your field of Sandra Bullocks that we have voting.
He's got a bunch of them, you know.
He's got a bunch of them. They've actually, it's been mating season in the Sandra Bullock field. But
oh boy, Amy's down.
Always down, baby. Woo-hoo. But also 1 Dodge Ram, 1 lamb chop of the first year. That's oddly specific, even for the Bible. But okie dokie. For a burnt offering. So he's like my mother. Like, everything has to be burnt. Everything has to be well done. Look, if it's not completely burnt from the inside out, there may be a germ lodged inside. You never know.
You got to take that, like Donald Trump, you take that $90 ribeye, that $90 New York strip, you cook it like a pot roast, and then you smother it with ketchup.
Yo, I will say, because I understand a really good steak. Some people give me shit. I use way too much A1. I need to cut it down with the A1. But ketchup, you're really killing me at that point.
I mean, I think A1, it works better. A1, ketchup is like a masking agent. You don't taste like the what you're eating. You just taste the ketchup. It's like for stuff you don't like. I think A1 is very more like brings subtle out the flavor. It doesn't quite mask the flavor. Like, I don't know, brings it out more. But
now I'm just getting an offering. Now I want a meat offering. And I will say, Mark, you know, I do think that a lot of, not all, but just so much tribalism comes from religion. Between the concepts of race and religion, if we could just tackle those, we would be so much further in life. Now, we would probably just separate ourselves again.
There would be some degree of that. Yeah,
exactly. Though with religion, I mean, it's just straight up superstition. I know that our theist brothers and sisters will hate that definition, but What can I tell you? You can tell us we're wrong when we go to the open mic. And all right, we got our Sandra Bullocks and Dodge Rams. One kid of the goats. You're getting a whole pack of goats with men who stare at goats for a sin offering. Make their heads explode. That was an interesting movie. And for a sacrifice of peace offerings. Yeah, this book is so much
really
filled
peaceful.
with peace.
So peaceful.
Da, da, da. 2 oxen. Bring me all of those ox, baby. 5 Dodge Rams. 5 he-goats.
Specifically he-goats, yeah.
Specifically he-goats, not she-goats. Yeah, they have cooties. 5 lambs cooked to perfection of the first year. This was the offering of Gordon Ramsay. Ah, you're going to call that a lamb? Of Nahshon, the son of Amminadab. Do a dab. On the second day, Nathanael, the son of Zuar. All these names just look like StarCraft names. Excuse me. Oh my gosh. Prince of Iskar, the guy I name all my variables, did offer. He offered for his offering 1 silver charger. Oh, that goes well with the Dodge Ram. The weight whereof was 130 shekels. I have fought with so many neo-Nazis that every time I see the word shekel, it just reminds me of them.
They do love to throw the word out there, don't they?
I know. Well, no one uses Yiddish besides the Jews, people who hang around a lot of Jews, and the people who hate Jews. For whatever reason, the neo-Nazis, they use oy vey and all this stuff, and shekels, count my shekels. Hard to... I swear we have people that go from Polak within the past few... It is literally like... it's just so weird because you talk about it in a vacuum. Like I talk about it like these old stories. I remember when I met the real Nazis. They were on the board. It's not crazy. Just the side of the internet. They exist. And then
they are real.
They are real.
You never know when they're going to pop up.
Now, I will say, I talked to, just like to bring it back to Turfland, I believe the correct answer for all the people that have bad ideas is better ideas. Until violence happens, then we need to pick up our shields. But generally speaking, in the intellectual domain, you just need to shine light on, light is the best sanitizer sometimes.
Usually, yeah.
Yeah.
They usually end up looking bad anyway.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if good ideas are able to survive, then they'll last. And if not, they will get dismantled. We're just listening for all these wisdom. I mean, if the Bible came in here and it was just like paragraph after paragraph of just be an amazing person. If like all the 10 commandments were thou shalt not kill. Because every time I go and I'm like, you really want the 10 commandments? You really want that shit? They're like, oh, what do you like about the 10 commandments? Are you like killing people? It's like, that is a single
our
law.
laws are based on them already, right?
Yeah, exactly.
All our laws are based on them. Yeah, there's like 3 or 4 out of them that are anyway applicable to modern life, but yeah.
Yeah, I would say I think it's 2 to 3. I think 2 are.
I mean, you could stretch a few of them, but yeah.
And then and then other are like in between. Yeah.
Stealing, killing, lying, bearing false witness. Although
We'll see.
like says sometimes that's yeah.
But lying, I don't think there's a law. I think lying is bad, but I don't think it's illegal to lie. I think maybe in specific
perjury in certain cases, yeah.
Sure. But that's under yet to be very specific, because you can covet. It doesn't matter that it's one of the 10 commandments. If you want to covet your neighbor's stuff,
covet. And I
covet all day long.
To a sense, that's kind of what it's kind of almost impossible to avoid. All you do is look at everybody else, and
it's kind of what America was based on.
Yeah. Capitalism is kind of based on coveting. You see other people have nice things, you need to go up and get out of bed and go to work.
Yeah. Capitalist system, baby. All right. We are packed full of so much wisdom of Zuar and Nathaniel. On the third day of Eleb, the son of Helen, who would be really cool from those Thor movies in Thor Ragnarok, when she took her princesses of the children. Also, I could just tell the way I fangirl when you talk about the lore of Marvel. It just sounds so similar to like we're talking about a holy book. I think my baby wants to be, my fur baby wants to go eat.
They do that. They're nocturnal by nature.
They do. Yes, exactly. They're up and about. Though in their defense, I think so are we. Us two specifically. Yeah, I'm making the jokes, and we tend to be,
We are
on late night, baby, on the third day. Okay. His offering was 1 silver charger, not too many miles on it. The weight whereof was 130 shekels. 1 silver bowl, better be silver, of 70 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary from the water temple, which is a hard temple. Both of them full of wine flour, mingled with oil for a meat flavoring, garnished with garlic. 1 golden spoon, of 10 shekels, full of incense. Are you going? Are you shopping at Burlington Coat Factory? What are we doing? Yeah, are we buying jewelry? Are we decorating? Are you becoming an interior designer? What the hell is going on here?
Redecorating hell needs a decorating upgrade.
Which, once again, lovely homes in our timeshares in hell. Get your passport now. And speaking of that, we need 1 young Sandra Bullock, 1 juicy Dodge Ram, along with 1 fast lamb. See what I did there? Of the first year for a burnt offering. 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering. Oh no, not the kid of the goats. And for a sacrifice of peace offerings. Always a good sentence. We need to make sacrifices to get this peace. Mostly the animals that we're going to go stabba. 2 oxen, Ali oxen free. 5 Dodge Rams, 5 he-goats, 5 lambs of the first year, none of the second year. This was the offering of Ilib, the son of Helen, Oh, good to know.
Helen, she's such a nice lady. She's so sweet.
Such a nice. Yeah.
I
Oh
love
my God. She threw a lovely get together last year. It was fantastic. On the 4th day, Elzar, the son of Shredder, princess of the from the Ninja Turtle of the children of Dave Rubin, did offer his offering, which was 1 silver charger, not a lot of miles, of the weight of 130 shekels, 1 silver bowl of 70 shekels, and the shekel of the Water Temple Sanctuary, both of them full of wine, flour, mingled with oil for a meat offering with a little bit of garlic. It's really just a little extra. Also, the love. It's really what gets it.
Complicated recipes here. The God is really, he's really well detailed.
Coffee says, what is the atheist understanding of God beyond a sky daddy, Dawkins, malevolent bully, Matt Dillahunty's mafia boss, Russell Teapot, the flying spaghetti monster? Well, I just want to know, first off, is your God conscious? Let's start there. Is your God conscious? And all right. To be continued while we jump into our lovely sin offerings. Yes. Goats and spoons and more shekels and incense. This dude is just making Moses a simp. So we have 1 young Sandra bullock and a ram and a lamb of the first year, and make sure it's extra crispy. 1 goat of the sin offering, and for a sacrifice of peace offerings, get 2 Ali oxen free, 5 Dodge Rams, and make them all kind of like race each other. 5 he-goats who will defend the country. 5 lambs, generally of the first year. This was the offering of Elzar, the son of Shredder, the main villain of Ninja Turtles. On the 5th day, Shebalemel Ding Dong, the son of Shurashadi, princess of the children of Simon Says, did offer. What did he offer? Was it different than the other offers? His offering was...
No, probably not.
No. 1 silver charger, though he did offer to paint it other colors if you were looking for a redesign. Maybe red, you could try a blue, who knows? Midnight blue. The weight whereof a silver. Oh, wait, it is silver. So stick with silver if you'd like it, because it hides blemishes.
Polish it up a little bit.
Polish it up. Get a ceramic coating. The weight whereof was 130 shekels, 1 silver bowl of 70 shekels. After the shekel of the sanctuary where we defeated the Water Temple, both of them full of fine flour, mingled with oil for a meat offering that just goes right into your mouth. 1 golden spoon. Why does God need a golden spoon? 10 shekels or a spaceship? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
He likes it.
He likes it.
He likes it.
He's
a little extra, but once you get to know him.
I know. Oh, look. Well, he just wants to impress guests when they're over, okay? When you're in a personal relationship, everyone has their thing. He wants to throw dinner parties. Basket or silver, gold. Look, gotta have the fancy stuff going on. So we also need lots of Sandra Bullocks. As many young Sandra. Is it sad that when I say this, I imagine like that thing from Star Wars, like the Tatooine thing?
What
that you ride,
thing?
like you ride, like Luke Skywalker rode. There's an animal he had to cut into.
Oh,
I don't know what the hell the name is.
On Hoth, from Hoth,
yes,
not from Tatooine. Yeah.
I specifically imagined that thing with Sandra Bullock's head on it, and I can't get that out of my.
Is that what Muhammad?
Just a wild field of Sandra. What's that?
Through the moon.
Yes.
Is that what Muhammad rode through the moon?
That is.
Sandra Bullock on one of those
loaded on a wild full of Sandra Bullock that are just growing out from the field. He just picked one. One ram, one Dodge Ram, one lamb of the first year, not the second year.
Better not be the second year.
Not the second year. Also, hi, Grumpy, sending love.
Hey, Grumpy.
We're collecting a whole bunch of shit to give to God. It's heart-pounding excitement. It's just a roller coaster, honestly. I don't understand how someone could be so daring and so brave, yet just so true right here. All right. One of his goats. Gotta be God. One goats for the sin offering. They don't really say what all the offerings do. They just kind of like assume that. Just like the bitter water. He likes it. Just like they assumed that you know how to make the bitter water thing. And for a sacrifice, yeah, baby, make those sacrifices for peace. It all makes sense if you just don't think about it. A peace offering.
If you try to think about it, you're using the wrong tool. You're using your logic, your intuition, your common sense. You have to think about this like a child, like a child, or like someone who only has a brain stem that is missing the rest of their brain.
You just need to understand. We just can't see the 4D chess that God's doing. It only looks super evil to us. But if we could see all of the amazing things that will happen in the future, it's going to be great.
Then you would know why slavery is actually good and just and kind. It's the most optimal system ever.
You see, James, he didn't say, "Thou shalt not own another human as property," because reasons. Gotta understand those reasons. All right. 5 goats, 5 lambs, first year. You know the shtick, but it's the offering of Shlemel, the son of Jerdasai. Good to know. On the 6th day...
Because obviously it's good.
Exactly, because God says it. You would think this would be like Hanukkah. We're not even getting new stuff. He's just going over. He wants the exact same thing.
No, you just get to make more sacrifice. That's the treat is you get to now make more sacrifices. There you go.
More. Oh, fantastic. And it just seems weird that a God needs all of this stuff from 12 different tribes. But whatever. Well, who are we to question God? Just... kind of reminds me of... We're just
peons.
Just reminds me of certain movies where things are behind the tent or behind the curtain. But whatever. His offering was
like a mafia boss, right?
Yeah, good old mafia boss. On the 6th day of Elishaph, the son of Dulmi, Yu-Gi-Oh! Princesses of the children of Gadsad offered. His offering was 1 silver charger, great mileage, of the weight 130 shekels, a silver bowl of 70 shekels, and a shekel of the sanctuary. They finally got through the final boss. Yeah, kicking that water temple's ass. Both of them full of fine flour, mingled with oil for a big old fat meat offering. I'll take 2 scoops of meat offering, please.
Oh, I don't know if you can handle 2.
Oh,
I think
man.
one might, yeah, you'll be full after 1.
Oh, my. 1 golden spoon full of 10 shekels, full of incense. Because why not? God likes to smell well. 1 young Sandra Bullock. I can't believe we're gonna have to take
back
a
from,
young nursing Sandra Bullock.
What was that show that movie?
Miss Congeniality.
Yeah, like back then.
The one Dodge Ram. 1 lamb chop of the first year, not the second year. I'll cut you. For a burnt offering, make it nice and crispy on the outside. 1 kid of the goats for the sin offering. Oh, baby.
Gotta have a goat kid.
Gotta have a goat kid. That's also kind of redundant. Once again, like, that is, we get it. A young goat, a young lamb. You get it. Get babies and just kill them. We get it. Loving God right here. And for a sacrifice of peace offering, 2 oxen, Ali oxen free, 5 Dodge Rams, 5 he-goats, 5 lambs for the first year. This was the offering of Alashifa, the son of Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel, who is making all these shekels. The shekel making business must have been booming back then. I know. Well, you probably had to make coins by friggin' hand, just like the Romans and all this stuff. I mean, it's just so clearly made. There's nothing wrong with James. There's nothing wrong with any form of currency. We all have our own system, but it just shows that if it can become outdated, how human this book is.
Yeah, you never know if talking about a goat.
I would like to
to
raise kids one day, but I will not threaten them with eternal hell. Now, in my family's defense, they do not have the concept of hell. Yahweh threatens you while you're alive. Don't know which is better, but fantastic. All right, 1 golden spoon of 10 shekels full of incense. Almost said incense. 1 golden
that's
spoon
right, Blaster
full of 10
Master. That
shekels
was one of the
full of
apologetics.
incest. What?
Oh, Blaster Master, he just said, he just pointed out that was one of the excuses given for slavery is that,
it's the good
at least
slavery.
they're going to learn about Jesus, because if we didn't kidnap them and force them to work in a foreign land under threat of death, then, they'd be at home living their life, but they would die and go to hell. So, hey, we're kind of screwing up this life, but at least they get to go to heaven when they die, right? Right?
Exactly. Yeah, hell is such an evil concept, and I don't think that the Christians
if it was
and
real,
Muslims completely comprehend how evil it is, because they normally respond with, well, what about heaven? As if putting the eternal paradise over here. Really, adding any sort of carrot over here is ever going to make burning people forever ever right, ever moral. They tell me this is the most just God. When you have a hell, I really am trying to understand where he is even a kind of just God. I'm glad he told his followers not to kill people after he drowned everyone on Earth. But he's not a nice guy in the Old Testament. Just with that example in mind, he's not a nice guy even without hell. He is a kind of a douche. He calls himself the god of war. He calls himself jealous, which is an emotion that most humans can get over, or at least they acknowledge that they try and get over. They don't, I don't know, think of that as a good thing.
What, hell?
No, the jealous. Just the notion that a god would be jealous, and he would even wear that as a title. I mean, that is
so worried about that. These people worshiping these other gods who are totally not real, but it pisses him off.
Isn't that what a supervillain does? I mean, I've been using that word a lot lately, but that is what a supervillain does. I am taking on the title jealous.
You shall worship only me. If you even think about worshiping anything else, just the concept of worship
Mark,
is very. Have a great night, Mark.
And you're on deck. I know we've been saying that, but we're setting up the infrastructure and getting.
It'll be soon.
Exactly. And all right. And I think we're moving through.
We're almost done, yeah.
Oh, my lordy. The 12 fantastic nights of sacrifices.
Oh, I thought you were going to say of sodomy.
Of sodomy. Well, that's every night.
12 nights of sodomy, yeah.
But it's just how fucking self-conscious do you need to be? I just don't get why God needs to be worshipped. I feel like I am a broken record here, but why does God need to be worshipped?
It's a silly concept.
Does God need sacrifices? All of this stuff just seems so petty. I mean, holy moly, humans get birthdays, okay? And we just have a fun once a year. You need 12 freaking days just to get over yourself, dude.
And when somebody does have that attitude that they need to be basically worshipped, most people think they're a fucking douche and a dick. And people generally don't like that. Say, that guy's an asshole, or she's a dick, a douche, whatever.
Yeah, it just seems like, once again, this is another thing that supervillains do. They conquer everyone, and then they're like, now give me offerings. I mean...
Just tell me how great I am.
I know that it is your specific holy text, so it's your dude, it's your big G-man, but...
Tell me how great I am all day.
He just doesn't seem like a nice guy. All right. We got one young Sandra Bullock, one ram, one lamb for the first year for the burnt offering, one kid of the goats for a sin offering, because we like to sin around here. And for a sacrifice of peace offerings, go kill more things. 2 Ali oxen frees, 5 Dodge Rams, 5 he-goat. Oh man, he-goat, you must save us. 5 lamb chops, tasty, of only the first year, and I would like A1 sauce. This was the offering of Elisham, the son of Amud. 12 nights of sodomy gives a whole new meaning to coming up and down the chimney, Doorknob Head says. 12 nights of sodomy, gay Christmas porn. That's right, Ancher. The son of Ahmed on the 8th day of Christmas, you gave to me.
8 dick rings.
8 dick rings. Gamalala Ding Dong, the son of Peta, not allowed near Chuck E. Cheese. Prince of the children of Manasseh. His offering, this is when you're low on mana and you need to get filled. His offering was 1 silver charger, not low mileage, can get a new color, of the weight of 130 shekels. 1 silver bowl, please, if you have a gift, not certificate, a gift receipt, I'll take that too, of 70 shekels. After the shekel of the sanctuary, we're moving on to
Does Walmart take shekels?
Yeah, they do. They take shekels. They take everything. Sanctuary, both of them. Wump wump.
Wampum.
Even Bitcoin, Dogecoin, the sanctuary, even after the Earth Temple, we move through the Water Temple.
Pretty sure Creflo Dollar would take your Bitcoin if you wanted to.
I'm sure Creflo Dollar and any of the prosperity preachers would take everything. I bet they're actually very tech savvy. I was looking at their channels.
I'm sure that they are.
Of them. They have very sophisticated, well-marketed channels that are look like they're filling up content.
Because they must be bringing in some revenue. They must be making some money.
I'm sure. Don't you know, James? The more you give, the more you save. That's how it works.
Of course.
All right.
You're just transferring it into your heaven account. There you go. You got an account in heaven. When you give it to a millionaire preacher, you're just moving that money into your bank account in heaven.
Exactly. You're just moving it from God's bank account into yours. Or your bank account into the preacher's, but picky.
Papa needs a new Rolls Royce.
That's right. For Jesus.
Rolls Royce and for Jesus, yep.
All right. Could you even guess it? We need a silver bowl, 70 shekels, and a shekel of the sanctuary from the Earth Temple, both of them full of fine floured, mingled with oil for a meat offering, and this time we're actually going to do onion. Oh my. God told me that I needed to jet.
Specifically, God is not going to have Creflo Dollar flying around with other people, like even flying first class. That would be insulting to the man of God.
I know. Uh-oh. Nate is crashing that party. Woohoo! And let me tell you, Nate, it's been pretty exciting. We have been spending day after day giving things to God. Because what else would you want to do?
Bullocks, rams, lambs, Dodge Chargers.
Just
shekels,
everything we could find.
Oil.
Just give it to God.
Lots of oil.
It'll be fine. Lots of oil. All right. And in fact, we are reading Numbers, the 4th book of the Bible, and we are on chapter 7.
This is absolutely
Oh my God, my heart is pounding. I didn't know. It's hard to know what's going to come next. Also, that's what she said. And for a sacrifice of peace offerings, peace is definitely what you associate with the Desert Trilogy. 2 Ali oxen free, 5 Dodge Rams, 5 he-goats who saved us all, 5 lambs, burnt crispy, and this was an offering of Gamaliel, the son of not allowed near Chuck E. Cheese. On the 9th day, Abdon, the son of Gideon, prince of the children of Show Me Those Benjamins.
He's the prince, all right.
Oh, baby, he's the prince, a lovely prince or princess. His offering was 1 silver charger. This baby hasn't even seen 10,000 miles. The weight whereof was 130 shekels. I measured, I counted. 1 silver bowl of 70 shekels. After the shekel of sanctuary, we're moving through the Earth Temple. Both of them full of fine flour, mingled with oil, and a big, juicy meat offering. Now available in, I can't believe it's not beef. What is it called? The unbelievable meat offering.
Sounds like fucking Colonel Sanders here with
Even
the
for
flour
vegetarians.
and the oil, put it on the chicken, throw it in the fryer.
It's Yahweh's 12 original herbs and spices.
Colonel Yahweh, yeah.
Colonel Yahweh, cooking with Yahweh. 1 golden spoon of 10 shekels full of incense. So weird.
No silver spoons around here.
No
fucking
silver
golden
spoons. 1 young Sandra Bullock, not a feisty one. 1 Dodge Ram. 1 lamb. Lamb chop. Lamb chop has been eaten. I'm sorry, kids. Used to have the puppet.
There's not going to be a fucking lamb left
raised.
within 100 miles.
I know. Woohoo! That's right. Sending love to us. Sending love not only to
Much
to
love
us,
us, yeah.
but just saying, Tang gang you.
He's a great guy. I can't say enough about him. Like everybody who knows him, you know, he's a really good guy.
He is. Well, I mean, a lot of people say that, say the expression, but he really does feel like a brother
really
from another mother.
He's been
feels
supportive
like
of
brother.
us since day one. You know, he's yeah.
And we're working to build a community. I can't. Just the entire idea of building a network of atheists, building a community, because one of the most important aspects that I think that religion offers, and so I think it's very important that we have a replacement for that. And no one has fought as hard. It's fucking Oz.
Yeah.
Yo, send in love, Oz. Send love and all the hearts, and
I mean, look at our community versus the Christian community. I mean, just look at like the quality, the caliber of the people that we have on our side versus those clowns over there who spend most of their time attacking each other.
I don't know if it's because I'm biased, but I'm not jealous of the theistic debate community. I don't know if it's because of schisming. I do not know if it is just because, you know, their holy guy, you know, they have their guy in the corner. But for whatever reason, the non-believers, even though we are banded together on just the fact that we don't believe, for whatever reason, when we shed all of the baggage that comes with all of these just monotheistic religions, it just seems to just a lot of nastiness, a lot of hate, not in all theists.
Yeah.
It's
like letting a huge weight burden off your shoulders, and you can. Yeah.
But it is, yeah. Because you don't have to have passages. You don't have to deal with having a gay child and there being passages,
right,
condemning.
Yeah.
Your everything, because your children are your everything. And so just you don't have to have that inner struggle.
I mean, you even remember the preacher, and that was a disturbing part of his thing where he basically asked his kids, like, hey, you guys are nothing compared to the gospel, right? You know that, right? And kids say, well, they would say the same thing about me. I'm nothing. And even the New Testament, Jesus says, if you don't basically hate your family and love me, And now they say, well, that doesn't mean it literally. It's just the love you have for God should make it so that it would be like hate.
It's another passage that really sticks out in my head.
Yeah.
Because, they hate the C word. They hate the cult word. And, I really view a cult as the leader enacting direct control over its adherents. And if you have the leader saying, what can you do? What can you do for me to get in heaven? Well, It's very simple. Just sell everything you own, leave your family, and follow me. Now, they reinterpret this. All of the Christians will say, isn't that so amazing? Isn't it so humbling? No, it is not.
It's actually pretty dumb when you think about it. Horrible.
Dumb. To me, it's creepy, horrible, Stockholm syndrome, whatever you want to call it. I understand why. When you're raised in that culture, you literally know nothing else. Just how calling him you my Lord. You live in fear. I want to live in a fearful God. That gets translated into something beautiful.
Fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom.
Yeah, I no longer can even begin to understand that. It just seems like a supervillain. All right, and we're rolling into. We've been having fun as we have had 12 days of sacrifices because God's a little self-conscious, so he kind of needs as many days as possible.
And then after that 12th day, the only thing you thought about then is when is the next sacrifice coming?
Exactly. Yep. Gotta line them up. And all right. And for a sacrifice of peace offerings, something we always associate with the Bible, 2 Ali oxen free, 5 Dodge Rams, 5 he-goats to save us, and 5 lambs toasted to Abdon, the son of Gideon. Woohoo! Send and love us.
Love you guys.
And I can't help but saying it now. Tangang. And actually, I've said Tangang so much that I can't even help it.
Do it.
I'm doing it. There's actually a best-selling book out right now while we're reading the Bible, but the Atheist Handbook to the Old Testament is actually on sale right now. And if you are looking as a non-believer to understand the Bible even better than what we're doing here, to really understand that context that all the Christians keep on telling you about, it's time to get Dr. Josh's Volume 1 book, to be continued. Because I honestly believe, I'm extremely biased, but I feel like the non-believers tend to know the Bible better than the believers. Not all believers. Not all, We don't all do 18 hours a day, right, Jay? But woohoo. Oh, what's that? Oh, keep on trying to click, and you're clicking. We're double clicking. Double path. But that's right. Volume 1, baby. And also, I didn't even see Dr. Josh. If true, sending love to Dr. Josh as well.
I didn't see him either.
Woohoo!
The Bible, it gets so captivating. It really draws you in.
And I will say, as far as arguments go, if you're looking for good ones, take theology. Learn some theology, because the theists what they would like to do is argue science many of the time. They want to argue about evolution. They want to argue about abiogenesis. But I would rather have a deep dive about the story of Noah and whether that was moral or not. Woohoo! And all right, because you're never going to get them to publish creationist papers. That's just not coming.
Yeah, just within their own circles. Dr. Grasso to Dr. Flower, Dr. PP. You on mute? Mute.
Doctor, give me the news.
Dr.
I got
PP.
a bad case of drowning you. And all right. On the 11th day, the Pagel, the son of Ocarina of Time, princess of the children of Ash Ketchum, offered his offering, which was more silver chargers. Damn near thing doesn't even have 10,000 miles on it. The weight whereof was 130 shekels. One silver bowl of 70 shekels. Not even a golden bowl. Damn. And after the shekel sanctuary, both of them full of flour mingled with the oil for a meat offering. One golden spoon of 10 shekels full of incense, full. I like how it has to be a golden spoon full of incense. What a... Thanks, deity.
Oh, well, it could be full of some... What else could you fill a spoon with, baby?
Oh, I'm sure it could be filled with as many protein shakes as we could. One young Sandra Bullock. Those Sandra Bullocks plucked from a young age. It's terrible. One Dodge Ram. One lamb chop. Burnt to perfection. Well done. Can't let germs in there. One kid of the goats for us sins. I will not have sins but tragedies. For a sacrifice of peace offerings. 2 Ali oxen frees. 5 Dodge Rams. 5 he goats. 5 lamb chops of the... Is it the first year, James? Is it going to be the first year?
We're all out of those. All we have is the second year.
Damn it. The second year.
Are we gonna get incinerated now? Is God gonna kill us?
I guess we're going to get incinerated.
Strange fire?
Strange fire. This was the offering of Page Me Twice, the son of Ocarina of Time. And oh, baby, we've made it this far.
Yes, and a partridge in a pear tree.
That's right. On the 12th day of This Is Kind of Crazy, Ara, the son of Ian, Enon, princess of the children of Natty Light, offered his offering, which was also... It's amazing how they all have the same cards.
All silver. All silver.
All silver. It's a great color. Was one silver charger. You can get it painted in red if you like. The weight whereof, where it was 130 shekels. One silver bowl of 70 shekels. After the shekel of the sanctuary, we made it into the fire temple, finally. Both of them full of fine flour, mingled and dingled, for a meat offering that was zesty. Just right.
Don't tell God it's actually Walmart flour. Shh.
Oh my God, it's Walmart flour. Store brand.
Walmart. Yeah.
One golden spoon of 10 shekels, shekels, sneckles. Full of incest. Suckle exactly. Suckle the teat. The hand that feeds you. One young Sandra Bullock, 1 Dodge Ram, and 1 lamb chop. Well done. 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, not tragedies. And for a sacrifice of peace, a word we definitely associate with the Bible. 2 ali oxen free, 5 rams, 5 he-goats who saved the world in the end, 5 lamb chops, only of the first year, none of that second year shit. This was the offering of Ara, the son of Enan. This was the dedication of the altar. Another word we'd like to hear, definitely not cult-like. In the day it was anointed with lots and lots of oil by the princesses of Israel, Shmishmael, 12 chargers all in a row going vroom, 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 of silver, 12 silver bowls from Burlington Coat Factory, and 12 spoons of gold straight from, trying to think of that fancy, Nordstrom. There we go. Each charger of silver weighing 130 shekels. And I measured that shit, so don't try and,
each charger the same weight. There you go.
Exactly. Each charger the same way. Don't try and rip me off. Each bowl 70. All the silver vessels, I love to be a vessel, weighed 2,400 shekels. Wisdom, which we cannot forget. I'm glad we wrote this down. After the shekel of the sanctuary. The golden spoons were 12. I get that. That's what you get after 11. Thank you. Full of incense. Fantastic. Weighing 10 shekels apiece, specifically. We measured it. Moses took the time. After the shekel of the sanctuary, after we
dick to measure it.
It was 15 foot long. After we got out of the fire temple, all the gold of the spoons was 120 shekels. Glad you wrote that down. All the ali oxen free were burnt. They were all well done. There were 12 Sandra bullocks, all in well. There were 12 Dodge Rams. The lambs were all of the first year, and they were all well done, big old fat meat offerings. And you also had little goats. They were kids. And of course, got to slit those throats. Because I imagine that's what we're doing to these animals. Because you try and make it sound nice and cheery. But we're killing them. Yay! For a sin offering. I write sins, not tragedies, of 12 times. And all the oxen for the sacrifice of the peace offerings were 20. Fantastic. And 4 Sandra bullocks. The rams, the Dodge Rams, were 60. The he-goats all came together. They were 60. The lambs...
Pastel brought them all together, right?
Brought them all together. That's right.
Lambs the first year. Yeah.
Lambs their first year. And this was a dedication of the altar. Once again, a thing we definitely don't do in cults. After that, it was anointed. We rubbed it all over. It puts the lotion on the skin. And when Charlton Heston was gone into the tabernacle, our famous portable tent of the congregation, who we don't really get to talk to speak with him, how would a true God write such crap? Yo, this is clearly written by men. Like, yeah. I'm not saying that, as Dr. Josh will tell you, one of his main themes is that, he's trying to explain how people thought in the day and actually give, not jokingly, the actual context, or at least
what they really thought, yeah.
At least the mindset to what they were
made sense to them at the time.
The reason, and as he actively pointed out, the atheists James and I are sitting here going in so hard, day in, day out on it, because the harm doesn't come from the metaphorical theists. It doesn't come from people lighting Shabbat candles. That is not where the harm comes from. The harm comes from when someone says, no, 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 no. This is the word of God. And it says that God made the earth in 6 days and he rested on the seventh. And that's what should be taught in school. Well, in that case...
6,000 years ago, yeah.
Yes, 6,000 years ago. In that case, we're just going to take it for what it literally says. So if you're going to take it literally, then we are going to examine it literally. And so our lovely creationist friends, you're why we... It's like sponsored at home at PBS. It's like viewers like you.
But even like the cafeteria theists, the ones who just take it and leave it, they don't really have a good justification for why you could take certain parts of it but leave other parts of it. It's all a book. It's all supposed to be approved of by God. Yet they pick and choose, and they say some of it's real and some of it's not.
You would also think it would stand the test of time.
It should, right?
It doesn't. I know this sounds silly, but the boring factor, like just the fact that you have to sludge through so much shit. I don't know if that seems trivial, but it just seems like it would be packed full of wisdom, packed full of awe and insight, just chapter and after chapter, if this was an actual holy text. And it just seems like could have written by Joe Schmo. Anybody.
I mean, here, the Bible's, it's going all in on this event, these 12 things that never happened. Okay, of course, it would never be recorded in history, but out of all the things that were happening at that day that they could tell us about, but they don't mention it. But we get a very detailed list of this event that never actually happened.
Yeah, they go into detail in events that we have no historical
that you could never verify or look
knowledge of. Yes. Yeah. And all right, we're gonna roll in. We are at the end. We're rolling into the last 3 sections, and then I am sending it off into the open mic. This was a longer chapter.
Yeah, we still have 23 people watching, and but thanks, guys.
I know.
This has been a tough slog.
And it's one of those where it's not the well-known chapter. It's not the Tower of Babel. It's not the Sermon on the Mount.
The flood.
And yet it's also part of what we're trying to show here is that actually when you read this stuff from chapter to chapter, man, pound for pound, how much wisdom is in this as compared to just nothing.
For every nugget of wisdom or pearl of wisdom, something that sounds like it makes sense or is good, you've got a lot of bullshit. You've got like a ton of crap that is obviously the writings of ancient man, obviously the babblings of Bronze Age man.
Exactly. And I'll even give an olive branch and say it was written by probably the sages of the day. This was the smartest guy at the time. Nonetheless,
they were no less informed than other people of other regions and faiths. It's just nobody takes what the other people were saying at other parts of the world and says this is actually literally true, and you better believe it.
But
or
that's
God will kill
exactly
you
not.
and do mean things to you after you're dead.
Yeah. It just seems like it would offer something of tangibility, like, I don't know,
Something with utility or
this is
usefulness.
the law of gravity, the theory of gravity. This is something that is going to stand up to empirical evidence. Don't get that. Don't get anything like that.
I mean, yeah, as soon as he brings them out of slavery, one of the first things he does is set up rules for how to sell your kids into slavery. I mean, you can't make this shit up. Now that I just got you guys out of Egypt, okay, the first thing you need to know is how to sell your kids back into slavery, because that's something that you might want to do.
I was gonna say it happened. Must have been happened so often. You just gotta
You
regulate.
need to make rules about it. And as I've said before, if you're a god and you have to make up rules for how to sell your kids into slavery, you have failed. You are a reject of a god.
You are an
suck
evil
at
god.
your job. You suck at your job. Find something else to do.
And all right, we're gonna leave these last 3 chapters. I'm gonna actually
Sodomize
send
my
the
brain.
link into chat so you can join while we're finishing up. And I'll pin it in a second, but there you go. And all right, the end of Numbers chapter 7. Wave set. I didn't see that. All the oxen for the burnt offering were 12 Sandra bullocks. The rams, the Dodge rams were 12. Good to know. And the lambs were first 12 with their meat offering, and the kids of the goat offering 12. Good to know. Very good to know.
Amazing.
Amazing. And all the oxen for the sacrifice of the peace offerings were 20 and 4 bullocks. Those Sandra bullocks, we got 4 of them. Fantastic. The rams, the Dodge rams, we got 60. We also got 60 goats. And lambs, how many do you think? That's right, we got 60 of those too, bitch. This was a dedication of the altar. After that, we anointed it with oil and made it all nice.
Dedicate my altar.
Oh, baby. And when Charlton Heston was gone into the fancy tabernacle of the congregation to speak with him.
The bathroom portion. So he grabbed like one of the Torah scrolls to sit there and read while he's on the toilet. Oh, I just wrote all this stuff. I remember that.
Then he heard the voice in a world of one speaking unto him from off, you know it, James, the mercy seat.
The mercy seat, yep.
That was upon him, that was upon the ark of testimony. Oh, we're making another ark. From between them, the two
the Ark of the Covenant.
The 2 cherry bums. The 2 big cherry bums.
Bombs, the drink or John Mellencamp songs.
Oh, baby. And he spat onto them. All over, baby.
Numerous times. He drowned him in it, and then he resurrected him, and he did it again just for funsies.
And he'll do it again if you're not careful.
Well, I mean, in his infinite mercy, thank the Lord that he did say that he would never flood the entire earth again. That's in fact why we have rainbows. So you don't have to worry about that, Amy. He will never do that again, okay? He's done. That was a one and done deal. Don't worry, though. Next time he needs to kill everybody, he'll just use fire to do it because, hey, why not?
He never hurt you, baby. I would never do it again. I know I hit you once, but it ain't like that no more. And all right. With that, we are moving into our chapter review of Numbers chapter 7. Oh, what do you think, James? Can you handle all the wisdom?
No, I can't. But I see we've already got a someone who might have a little bit different view on that.
That's true. So we'll get Bubble in here in a second.
The Pop-O-Matic Bubble.
But what do you think of the 12 days of animal sacrifices?
Well, I mean, the first thing that comes to mind is this is like they're bragging about all the shit they just wasted. It's like, look, we had all this stuff and we just wasted it. We burnt it to an altar for God, you know. We could have ate all this stuff, but yeah, we just wasted all this shit.
Exactly. This is for you, and you can have this, and we'll just give you this. So just take it all, God. Just take what you will. I don't know why God needs so much stuff. I don't get why. Does God do something with it? Does it go towards? No. Is he building something?
He just likes it. He just likes it. It's yeah, like bringing home flowers for your wife or your girlfriend. It's just something that that's nice. I mean, doesn't really, you don't do anything with the flowers. You just look at them for a little bit. Yeah.
Just something to look at. He's designing.
I mean, look, life, especially at the time, it's a competition for resources. That's all it is. You're in your tribe, and you're competing with all the other tribes for food, for land, for resources, for women, because at the time that was viewed as a commodity. And so it's like, hey, we love God so much, we're going to take some of these resources that we worked hard for, we're going to waste them for God, because we love him.
For Jeebus. Why not? Well, actually, just for Yahweh, because we're not up to part 2 yet. Yeah, why not just toss things right on the floor in front of a god? Because that's definitely makes sense. Yay, rainbows.
And now we'll use it as a, as a symbol for LGBT.
Feel free to check out our episode of Take Back the Rainbow, where apparently a priest or pastor was really triggered, and so he did a whole sermon on how he was trying to take back the rainbow from the gays. But it's all ours, baby. It's all ours now. Woo-hoo.
Yeah, I don't think you're giving it back to. Are you giving it back to him, Amy?
Not giving it back. I will, but only if he gets on his knees.
Oh, no. Don't threaten him with a good time.
I know. And all right, with that, we wasted for God. I can do that. I know. It never seems that you get drunk for God. It's always like they're trying to take. Oh, you have to not get drunk for God.
Is that Abraham or is that Moses? Which one? I think it was Abraham. He got drunk and was naked, and his sons came in and saw his naked, drunk ass and covered him up.
And wait, Don, do I see this? Amy was just talking about 9/11 and associate. You really are quite needy, reprobate. I can't tell. Are you pro the 7/11?
No, you missed the first part. The first one. This is the first one that he did. Yeah.
Americans out here, we are big dick. 9/11 needed to sell the Patriot Act, where we Americans signed a lot of rights away. Here we are. Like what rights? Here we are in 2001.
If you would like to have talk about that on an open mic, we would be happy to listen to his conspiracy theories on that.
We're gonna go for an hour
but not tonight. This is not like a appropriate episode for that. But
we should do that as debate topic subject, just because I want to cover all the conspiracy theories, because I think it's important.
Theories.
Yes, not because I particularly want to endorse the conspiracy theory, but I think it's important for skeptics to be able to know their shit. Yeah. Just like why it's good to know enough physics to debunk the flat earthers.
Let me tell you, 9/11 conspiracy theories are like some of the worst. They are like some of the dumbest, most asinine you'll ever run into. Once you go through that door, there's nothing to stop you from going into any number of crazy things, but that's like one of the worst. Some of them are like more plausible. That one is just off the wall, insane.
And if I could just, because now just as I'm thinking about it, I just want specific questions answered, like why with the 7-Eleven was a part-time job. I don't get why would trying to remember, was it it was the actual Taliban, because it was Al Qaeda at one point, but I think it's the actual Taliban because that was what bin Laden, his actual sect, was. They took credit for it. Now you could say that maybe a government then took advantage of the situation. I believe that, like, you take advantage of a bad situation and then they just tack on things. But to prescribe intent, it would mean that our president actually orchestrated.
And look, whether you like George W. Bush or you think he was an idiot, you don't like him, he did not orchestrate that attack. That was,
it just doesn't make sense. Also, it's just not how we do terrorist attacks. But suicide attacks, I'll be honest with you, they are made in part because of, I hate to just give religion because it has happened during war with Japanese. But even
that was almost religious too.
I was about to say but even that was a quasi-religious thing. Once you take away your fear of death, you will do horrible, horrible things. Even if you're a good person. That option is there because billions of Christian theists are doing good things. But I'm saying that evolution of fear then opens up the doorstep to...
You could make a good man bad and a bad man worse.
Good men doing good, that's normal. Bad men doing bad, that's normal. But a good man doing bad, for that you need religion.
Yep.
Paraphrasing, but yeah. And all right, let's head into the open mic. Anybody can feel free to join. It's pinned, but we got Bubble backstage, which means do and open up your mind. How are you, Bubble?
Hey, Bubble.
Oh, hi. You guys hear me?
We can. We are Skeptic Bible studying on Numbers chapter 6 and 7, where we just went through 12 days of sacrificing. I hope you're doing well. And what's your thoughts about the topic, or what's on your mind?
Okay, well, it's a lot of things. I just came from a stream with Neff, so that's interesting.
Oh, my.
What stream was that?
Just like about 30 minutes ago. Around
what was the stream about?
It was like which evidence is best, and that was the title of the stream, but it wasn't really about that because I came in, and I was talking to somebody in the little chat side, and it has a little bit to do with sacrifice. Not really. First, in pertaining to the what you guys just read, clearly that looks like a grift by people. Like, I don't think God wants rocks. Like, here, I brought you a rock. I don't think he's gonna want that. But sacrifices is not a new thing. We all know there's sacrifices in all religions, especially blood sacrifices. And then the yeah, and then the yeah, it is. But in the Christian God, he says something very interesting. He says he likes the smell from the burning flesh,
the sweet savor. Yes.
Yes, and in the stream with Neff, I was just talking to somebody right there. They don't like the thought that God's gonna eat them. When in the Bible says God's gonna eat you, and because he refers to this world as a harvest, because you see, do you guys believe in soul? Some of you guys don't.
No,
I do not.
I would say no.
Okay.
Hard no.
Okay, you guys don't. Well, I do. And then, but like also in the beliefs, we have the belief that some people don't have souls. So what the human body is a potentiality for soul. So you're not secure to soul. So a soul is different from a spirit. A spirit God gives you, but a soul you built. You water it, kind of thing, by being saintly, by being good, tasting music, being happy. And so they don't like the thought that this world is just a big farm and we're just like free range souls per se, because you got to have free range to water that soul.
Organic?
Yeah, I guess so. Organic souls, because you can't have a computer soul, because computer robot isn't really, it's just a fake soul. You're just simulating, but it's not real. And let's see, what was it? Oh yeah, eventually they couldn't answer the simple question, because in the Bible says you're gonna be one with God. And so I asked him, what do you think that means in practice? And they wouldn't answer. So I kind of brought back the question, something more simple. What does it mean for you to become one with the chicken? How does that happen in practice? Can you guys answer that? You eat the chicken.
I was gonna say.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and
become part dinosaur.
Yeah, part dinosaur. Well, you're still gonna eat the dinosaur. Yeah. Well,
because chickens are technically dinosaurs.
Allegedly to evolutionists, not to me though, but it's something. People live in chickens. But anyway, yeah, that's the thing. And after that, they kicked me out because I guess they didn't like that. And so I'm here. Also, if you guys want to talk about 9/11, I'm willing to take the place of 9/11. But if you really want to talk to somebody who really knows his 9/11 stuff, go to Ryan Dawson. This guy's like an encyclopedia.
Thank you so very much, Bubble. And I do have some.
Yep.
I'm trying to think where I wanted to ask you, what do you think a soul is?
Well, it's clear not all souls are equal, because this is just supply and demand. And I think I'm not sure who the other person is. I know you and me, but who's the person?
James.
James,
Me?
yeah. James just said yeah. When he appeals to resources, you're appealing to supply and demand. And I'm guessing better souls or better tastes for gods, or they want a better soul. You want the better fruit. But you have and to have that soul, you have to grow a conscience, because you don't have free will. You have the potentiality for free will. And so with more knowledge, you get more free will. I think somebody else explained, there's this Indian guru. He has like an excellent video on what conscious, because you cannot explain consciousness. Because
yes, I can.
Well, How would you explain consciousness?
So consciousness is a metric system by which we use a level of awareness to collect information. We start with unconscious on one side being 0, and then we slowly build up a little bit conscious, more conscious, half conscious, very conscious, and end at fully conscious.
Fully conscious. So what would be like the line between fully conscious and not fully conscious?
Gradient. So maybe you're paying attention right now, but you're paying attention to other stuff, or maybe you're kind of out of it. But then you drink coffee. You block certain things that make you sleepy, and then all of a sudden you get a rise in awareness. Everything seems sharper.
So you say like conscious is understanding?
I would say it is a program of awareness. So like you have to walk, and while you are walking,
Sorry, I think I'm lagging or something.
Oh, you're good.
Okay.
But say you need to trying to not make it. Say you need to eat a pear. You want to eat a pear. And so your body needs to be able to walk around on the macro landscape, and it needs to be able to see in front of it and gather information and move out of the way of objects and be able to get the pear, be able to pick it up, just like with robots, how we have like little tools, and it needs to be able to get it in there. And then get it in. We also need to be able to get it out and then sometimes mate, because those are the 3 main goals in my view that consciousness is trying to achieve.
Reproduction.
There's Bubble here. I think we might have lagged out Bubble, but he may come. Oh, wait.
We had big screen bird back there too.
We have half a Bubble. Oh, you're back.
Okay, something. Yeah, that was a big old lag. Sorry. I think it might be my end because I got bad internet. Okay.
Oh,
can you guys hear me good?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh.
So what I'm thinking you're trying to say is like it's the understanding of the external, like perception, but it's still like understanding.
In fact, I can answer this for you. You want to see my naturalistic? What is your definition of unconscious?
That's a good one. Unconscious. I would say probably without will.
Without will. My problem with that definition is it like gets us, it's like a rabbit hole, and then now need to ask you what will is, and we need to define.
It just leads to more questions. Imprecise.
But is it like, because of the way I see it, like if conscious means understanding, there must be meaning. But there is no meaning to this phenomenon that we have conscience, because if there were to be a meaning to it, that would mean if there's an objective that must subvert our free will, so therefore the soul cannot really grow.
Well, what do you mean there's no meaning?
Well, because if there was a meaning to our consciousness, that means our free will must be changed.
There was no meaning to our trying to understand. I'm trying to view it because I know James and I both don't believe in free will.
Well, let's get what do you mean by free will first? Yeah, it's a lot of weird.
I will say when you use the word will, I would almost use that. I believe in will, and I'll tell you my definition is the difference between walking through the door yourself and someone throwing you through the door.
See, I would define will as somebody throwing you through the door is imposing their will on you. Though you are being thrown through the door, it is not within your will, but you're too weak to impose your will. It is will relates to consciousness because you you may struggle, but you are weak. But in your heart or in your will, you don't want to go through the door.
I mean, I could kind of my big difference is just trying to suss that out for so we can actually give agency, because there's clearly something between.
Oh, Amy loves that agency. She
loves
those agents.
It's a tough area. I'm not gonna say I know it.
Hey, and I will say the reason I talk about consciousness so much, and it's my shtick, is because it really seems to be the focus of a lot of deities. A lot of deities seem to have a consciousness, and that puzzles me actually a lot. And I know.
Well, I find it interesting. Even demons have a bit of conscience. They call us foolish for it, but they acknowledge it.
Can I? And I want to ask just one or two more questions, and then we're going to bring in Bird. Are you a Christian? Are you not? What are you? What are theist wise?
Well, I don't say I'm really Christian. Well, okay. I believe the Christian God, the Jewish God, and the Islam God are all referring to the same creator God. But I don't believe this is the only God, because when people say the universe is finite, they're admitting that there is something outside the universe with other gods in which our laws of physics no longer apply. So, for example, the gravity being true here or a fact being true within our universe is true, but outside the universe, it is no longer apparently.
Let's take it a step back. You're saying the Abrahamic God. Do you believe that also when they're talking about the other gods, the Hindu gods, is they also talking the truth, or is it specifically the three Abrahamic gods?
I know, I do believe,
or the one Abrahamic.
Yeah, I do believe the Hindu gods are real, because we have had people say yeah, seen them, and we have had people say both of my exes say they both seen fairies. They would never lie to me.
Right here, baby.
All my exes live in Texas.
Well, they hate me for other reasons, but I can't blame them.
And then a follow up. Then
not that I cheated.
Believe? Do you? No. We're sending all love to all types of relationships out there. Do you believe in a holy text?
Not like that, but I do believe there is a creator for this universe and maybe other universes, because you can have realities carved out of slices of realities, and you also have to contend that people have seen
reality.
I guess so, yeah. And you have to contend that there was a god at one point that made a mermaid, and so is that God true? Well, yes, so.
Amy's god is a unicorn god.
I have more questions, but it's a different place. So I'm going to add in Bird, and I'll do that back in open conversation. But Bird is the word. We are having some fun. I hope you're doing well. What are your thoughts on Numbers chapter 6, 7, or anything we've been talking about tonight?
Well, I'm going to be honest. I was making some Legos tonight, so I listened in very infrequently. So I didn't hear much of the Bible
Legos,
study.
what you building?
Okay.
I'm building a ship.
A ship? A
Of
Lego
course.
ship?
Yeah, another Lego boat, of course.
Probably more
Those are my
productive
favorite.
than reading the Bible, but still.
Yeah, pretty much. So the reason I popped on is I've seen Bubble on here several times, and I don't know if you're trolling or you're being sincere on some of the stuff you say. I just find it odd that you think there's a soul and you can't provide anything of substance to say that there is a soul, and it's like spiritual thing, and none of it just makes sense to me. So if you could clarify, if you have a couple minutes, I would be interested to talk more about that.
Well, if you
or whatever we want to talk about, whatever. I'm just here to say what's up. So
no, I'm cool.
Hi, Bird.
I like
Yeah,
to.
we haven't seen you on in a little bit. You been okay, Bird?
oh yeah, just been super busy. So
Super busy? All right, that's good.
yeah. Everything's good.
No, I like sharing questions and answers. It's like that's what I do. I like to take people's knowledge and just add it to my own, and I think that's what everybody should do. As to scientifically how I can prove to you a soul, well, you're gonna same answer I always give. Yeah, if it has to be scientific, it has to be repeatable, observable, and testable. So this means, for that, I would say get a Ouija board, go to a haunted place, and
You're trying to trigger Amy now.
Really? Like that? Is that your real answer? Like
But
get a Ouija board?
So you
Sorry,
want a
go ahead.
scientific? If you're asking for a scientific method of realizing and seeing the soul, this is the way to do it.
But wait, can I ask then?
Mm-hmm.
You're saying that the instrument that we can use, I assume, to contact spirits is a Ouija board. But
how does that prove the soul?
Mike!
You can use other instruments. There's better instruments as well.
Like
okay.
What? Like this
but
is so aggravating.
So I would then ask. Why you don't think science has tested it, or why don't you think that if someone who believes in this methodology that because I mean there's a million, it's pop culture. We all know about Ouija boards. There's tons of movies, but if it was science, there's only tautology. If it was science, wouldn't
Bob Larson
you be
just reviewed a
able
Ouija board video. Of all people.
Yeah, and you said he was calling it out. Well,
He was
and I
critical
mean,
of it, yeah.
I'm a natural skeptic, but my question then is, why can't someone who thinks that it's a decent instrument, I know you say there's even better, but why does it seem like you can't get results from it, or at least from an empirical standpoint?
Okay, let me try to answer because there was multiple questions. So there has been scientific inquiries into this, but it stopped after around the 50s and 60s. It just kind of dropped off. It became superstition. So no scientific is really gonna. It would be scientific suicide to try to research this. But his name was.
That's a great point. It became superstition because why?
Because people just didn't believe it. But there has been scientific
No, because
ways
there's no evidence to show that it's actual in reality. That's why.
No. Let me reply. Okay. Wait. Hold on.
Hold on. Start over. You're roboting pretty bad.
Let me just. Okay. Can you hear me better right now?
Okay, right now.
You guys hear me?
You sound fine. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I got bad internet. Okay, so there has been an experience. Have you ever heard of Dukin McDougall?
No.
Dukin McDougall.
Okay, so he was a scientist around the time of Tesla, and he tried to prove the soul by trying to wait. So when the person died, allegedly the soul would leave. and that was measured in weight.
21 grams, right?
21 grams, and he proved it. And
when you say proved it, what do you mean?
He proved that there was a loss of some sort of mass.
Yeah, that's nuts. Okay, go ahead.
But,
and I'll get my questions out in a minute, but go ahead.
Okay. This is one experiment, okay? But like after that experimentation, because like what decides is scientific is politicians, academia. If you say you're butt kiss, academia is going to kick you out. But in time, more instruments have been made to prove more. Wait, he's trying to finish this. Instruments.
I'm trying to understand what you're saying. Maybe you roboted or something. But what does politicians and butt kiss? I don't even know what that means.
This is in relation to Foucault's argument of power. What somebody decides is real science is dependent on power. For example, the power of academia to say like this is not real science, this is science.
No.
But yes, this is how like if academia, if universities are like you're saying nonsense, nobody's going to pay attention to you. Okay, and more on, there wasn't a technology made yet to make other ways to prove the soul, but now we're getting that technology, and that technology is becoming more efficient than the Ouija board. And that's why.
If I could just jump in. So do you think the soul is a physical, actual object that would have mass in the universe that could be measured on a scale?
Well, I don't know if it would have to be, because if it's real, you could probably convert it to a mass for sure.
What would it be made out of?
I don't know that. But I would say
that's a great answer. You don't know because no one knows.
Well, me not knowing what the soul is made of doesn't mean that the soul doesn't exist.
I mean, we know what the elements are. That all the things that have mass are elements.
Correct.
And I just also will answer that, and then I want to. Okay. But just to freeze frame, you're saying that the reason that the empirical community hasn't verified Ouija boards as a mostly useful tool is because there is actually I really don't want to use the C word because you won't like it. How about a natural bias against Ouija boards, and so they keep it out?
Well, it's not conspiratorial. I
was gonna use the C word, but see, I was good.
Okay, no, it's just more of a signal. Like you go to an average person on the street, you're gonna think you're crazy. Of course. First thing, I mean, I would have done that like 10 years ago. Like, yeah, that's nonsense.
But like, now you accept that? That doesn't make any sense.
Well, you have to see it by yourself, and then
so you verified a soul?
I verified death.
But what do you mean you verified death?
Like the tangible, physical, take your soul away death.
Hold on.
And wait, actually, before we even go on, I really just want to put but wouldn't you say you are saying that the scientists are, because of their bias, are conspiring?
For now, but they're not conspiring. But this is because to say the soul exists would be an agreement to creationism, and most scientists aren't going to go flip overnight to creationism.
Wrong. That's false.
No,
I mean this is like the saying that science excludes like things that are magical because science deals with the natural world. You know.
No, but it's because this relates to creation, and just because this relates to creationism, and so creation isn't going to be taken seriously anytime soon.
They don't want to admit that there's a God, there's a creator, so they just ignore all this evidence of it because they don't want there to be a God.
No, it's because as a scientist, you have to be highly skeptical, and so when you have no scientific evidence for it yet, you have to deny it. It's not that they're trying to be conspiratorial. It's just a natural position of a scientist to deny
So, I mean,
first.
anybody
Correct.
can make up any set of beliefs or things that are technically not falsifiable. But if something's also is not falsifiable, it's also not provable. You've just made something that we can't prove is not real, but you can do that with unlimited number of things.
Right.
Why would we accept that as that it's likely to exist just because we can't disprove it?
No, because now we can start to prove. We didn't have the technology before, but now we can start to prove the soul is real. Before,
Okay, what's the technology?
cameras.
No, come on, man.
What? How is
cameras
how is seeing a ghost not evidence? If we can capture a ghost on video, that's evidence.
No one's ever captured a ghost on video. What are you talking
We
about?
How? There is literally thousands of videos on
One
YouTube
of
now.
those. Okay, I get it.
They
Can
explode.
Can I ask you, Bubble?
Yes.
What is the purpose of a ghost? Do ghosts have purpose? Like, is there a reason they're there?
They move your keys in the middle of the night so you can't find them in the morning.
I thought about the piano key. I heard a piano.
Probably
no.
a ghost. Yeah, that's evidence of the call Catholic traditionalist Catholic. That'll be this new video post tomorrow.
Oh, that guy's an idiot, by the way.
Evidence of God.
Yeah.
Well, first we have to go back to the idea of hell. People think you're sent to hell. No, you send yourself as a way to cleanse your soul, allegedly.
How do you know this?
Wait.
How do you know
Actually, no.
this?
And before you even explain that you do, can I just confirm you do believe in a hell?
I wouldn't say hell.
The way he said it's more like purgatory because he's
I would
saying
say
it's a
purgatory.
cleansing of the soul more than like an eternal sentence of roasting forever.
Okay.
If you don't believe in any religion, how do you know this? Where are you getting this information?
Because if we see death, if we see mermaids, if we see fairies,
mermaids and fairies, what are you talking about?
If we see them as intangible things in front of you, you can no longer contend that these things don't exist. And so
hold on. Did you just say intangible things?
Tangible.
Oh, okay. You said intangible. Okay, gotcha.
Okay,
but
yeah,
have you seen a fairy? Have you seen a mermaid?
I have seen death. A school teacher of mine.
Let him finish.
What does that mean? I've seen death. I've seen a dead person too.
No, I've seen like the person in the robe, thing like that.
No, I don't know what you mean.
Okay,
like Obi-Wan Kenobi in the little figurine with.
I mean, have you seen the cartoon of death with the scythe and the
Grim Reaper?
Or Wraith. Lord of the Rings, that evil villain guy
with the black robe and the scythe. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You've seen that?
I've seen the black robe figure, but I haven't seen the scythe. So I can't say if this was exactly death.
Was it Halloween?
Very close. No.
I mean, by that description, you saw Smokey Saint.
You just admitted you didn't see what you thought you saw.
No, I said I saw a paranormal being. I can't say this paranormal being looks very characteristically like death. Doesn't mean it is death.
Okay. So why would you assume it's death if it doesn't look
because
exactly like
because it was a paranormal being for sure.
How did my lord, man, come on, really?
Can so do the ghosts exist for a specific reason?
Well, it seems some of these ghosts, because apparently you do have atheist ghosts. There are ghosts who have said like God does not exist. There are some ghosts who are blind and they say they don't see anything, but they can hear you. And they do try to communicate because some of them feel lonely. Some
Ouija board communication.
Can I have another clarifying question? Are ghosts from dead people?
Well, yeah, because you would have to presuppose, in order for ghosts, you have to presuppose human.
What? What do you mean
They're souls of humans, of actual humans. Yeah.
I mean, it could have been. I know it sounds silly, but you could have just said, they were born ghosts or they were made ghosts. Who knows? I'm just open-minded.
Beings made of energy that have evolved.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder
be made of matter.
Because we have to ask, do like aliens? What do they think? Because
We don't even know if we have aliens. What do you mean?
Because I mean, I think the government has already confirmed aliens. That's not even up for debate anymore.
Okay,
Like,
where's your
aliens are real.
evidence for that? Where's your evidence?
I'm using the government releasing
It's up
saying,
for it's
Come on, man.
it's interesting,
Come on.
but we
Look,
don't
hey,
know
guys,
for
you're
sure.
Before we go to aliens, I actually want to ask you something that you said earlier. You said not all souls are equal. Can you clarify that?
Yes.
well, like I said, because you also say it's the gradients, and I do believe you don't go from
No, consciousness is a gradient,
yeah,
not a soul.
But the thing, consciousness, free will, and the soul, or like it would be like growing a plant. When does a plant go from being mature to fully mature? Is it is it building yourself inside to understand more?
So you don't mean that some souls are better than other. You're almost saying that you need to grow your soul or something.
Well, I would say some souls I would say they are better, as in how do I put this? That would like kinder beings, or like of a gooder or so. Not saying that because a person can only be good due to their environment, and you're limited by that. So you can only be a gooder or so based on that. But would I say they have value? I think so. Yeah, different value.
Based on what?
Your deeds, how you grew your plant, how you grew your soul. A bigger plant is a bigger fruit, so it costs more than a smaller fruit.
Do you think
Not
plants have
always.
souls? Do you think is it just conscious agents, or is it?
Yeah. There has been experiments that show that plants are alive. They have feelings. They can be
I know they're
racist.
alive.
They can be racist, apparently. They can feel fear.
Species?
You said plants are racist?
Yeah, they can be racist, apparently. Like among their other, they had this experiment where they would use water to see how the plants would redistribute the water, because apparently they have charity, and they noticed the plants would prefer their own type of plants and be hostile to like different other trees. Like one tree.
You're using species, and
Yeah,
I mean it
that's
is
not the
an
same
arms
thing.
race in nature.
That could be genetic.
Yeah,
that doesn't have
but
to
that they
conscious.
chose, but that they chose like an oak tree chose an oak tree instead of a pine tree shows
No.
preference for their kind. That's
Okay,
what that experiment showed.
It could be just the
Hold on.
DNA that it's more receptive to those other
Yeah.
trees that are like it.
You're not understanding something about the experiment.
Doesn't have to be a choice.
Well, the thing is,
Trees don't have agency.
They do, because they feel
No, they
pain.
don't. No, they do not.
They
have no
pain.
consciousness. They have no mind.
Have
all they do is
mind.
react to stimuli. They don't have a brain.
Because they feel fear.
No central nervous system. No, they cannot feel.
Yeah, they have
no nerves to feel. What do you mean?
They can apparently see, but they see. Let's see how they. I'm trying to remember the experiment.
They react to stimuli.
No, well, okay. Here's the experiment. This is apparently how the plant saw. What they did is have two plants. This is a old experiment from Soviet Russia. So I find it interesting that the Soviets came up with this. They had a plant with electrodes, to monitor the plant, and they had like different people, and they would all walk by the plant, the other plant, and one of them was instructed to come and tear apart the plant and break it apart, and then then they had the people walk again. In the other plant, saw his neighboring plant be assaulted by this specific individual. His how they were monitoring him, how they were monitoring the plant, they could see it was being stimulated by this specific individual. So that means that this plant saw this person somehow.
It didn't see anything. It doesn't have eyes.
You're gonna have to debunk that experiment.
Okay, hold on. What name the experiment? What
It's
journal is it in?
it's adult Soviet experiment. So let me
So
find-
actually, while you're looking that up, we're gonna add in Blaster Master, and we're gonna go for about another 20 minutes, and then we're gonna
Hey,
do our
Blaster.
outros. But it is fun, and woohoo! All right, Blaster Master, we are over midnight ranting on our Skeptic Bible Study. We're having a fun time. We went through chapters 6 and 7 of Numbers, the fourth book of the Bible. Now we're having some theological and philosophical back and forth. Hope you're good. What are your thoughts?
I am doing well. Thank you. Good to see you guys. That was a really kind of boring part of the Bible, wasn't it?
Oh, it was.
I
it was rough.
know, right? Oh my goodness.
I don't, like you guys are saying, it's like, why is it even important? Like, why do we need to know how many goats were sacrificed?
Specifically.
How is this divine knowledge
It's not.
that's
the
supposed
point.
to help us?
I would like to know, and we can't edit it.
No, I mean, it's so weird, and it's just is God just having a big mukbang?
Yes.
I like this guy.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
More or less,
But
yeah,
really-
basically.
Really, I mean, but really, I came in here because Bubbles was driving crazy.
Yeah, man. Trust me. I get it.
Bubbles, what qualifies you to evaluate any of these things?
Well, because I listen more than I talk.
Okay. Well, listen,
That means
I don't
nothing.
think, is it possible that you are not qualified to evaluate
Well,
what you think is science and what is?
Well, you're just appealing to authority, first of all.
No, you're appealing to authority. We're not.
Okay, when
I'm
he
asking
said,
you if you are if you think you are qualified to evaluate, is it possible that you could be mistaken in the way you're evaluating these things? That's all I'm asking.
Of course, we have to check for errors in experimentation, but once we check for those errors,
Answer the question, please. That's not what he asked. Just answer the
if I'm
question.
qualified. It wouldn't matter if I'm qualified or not. It doesn't make the truth untruth.
Jesus Christ, man. So you're not qualified, is what you're saying.
How would that make your argument any better or any worse?
Because
Actually,
the problem is you are coming at these things claiming that you have some sort of special knowledge that we don't. We just, science is just bias. And it's really like, dude, you don't understand how science works.
No.
Otherwise, you wouldn't be saying these things.
Well,
Because
that's
if you,
like
I guarantee,
saying
shut up. I'm not done. If you are going to come in and say that science is bias, and you were saying that, you don't think that if you could show that you could talk to ghosts with a Ouija board via science, you don't think you could go out there and someone would want to fund that? You don't think that would happen overnight?
Okay, saying I'm not qualified is saying like Leo isn't allowed to talk about his physics because he's not qualified. Look, Leo's a smart guy. He knows what he's talking about, okay? He doesn't need to be qualified.
What? What does that have to do with anything?
The scientists don't agree with you, though. This is the problem. They agree.
do.
When Leo is talking about physics, he knows what he's talking about. You are talking about scientific studies done by Russians that are totally bogus studies. Like, these are not relevant to what's actually to the field of science. These are bogus one-off studies. You're talking about like the stupid guy that was weighing people and they lost weight. That's never been replicated. You know that? They tried. It's never been replicated.
I don't know what experiment you're referring to.
The 21 grams you're talking about.
Yeah. I've looked into that. We know all about that. Like most of us skeptics know about these things. And we know they're bullshit. And you're coming on here acting like we're ignorant of these things. And we've actually already studied this shit. And we know it's bullshit because we studied it.
Look, if you want to look to the plant thing, even Ghostbusters, you can do this experiment yourself.
Jesus Christ.
Ghostbusters? What?
Yeah, yes, Ghostbusters did this exact same experiment and got the same exact results.
What the?
Are you serious right now?
What the fuck is Ghostbusters? I don't even know.
That's
fucking cartoon.
Sorry, Mythbusters. Sorry, we were talking about
a fucking TV show, dude. And no, they did not. No,
they're not scientists. They're not scientists. Stop.
They're not practicing.
They're not scientists.
Look, if you're gonna use that argument of like I'm not qualified, I could easily just turn that argument on you.
Hold on. I want you to repeat. Mythbusters are not scientists.
Well, wait, I would actually, before you do that, are you telling me that Mythbusters prove that you lose weight after you die?
No, they did the plan.
Yeah, I saw that episode, and that was not the conclusion that they arrived at.
Not at all.
They did.
No, they're hooking the plant up to these meters, and they're getting results, but it doesn't prove that the plant is having reactions that are causing those needles to move. It could be other factors at play.
It was inconclusive. They said that. It was inconclusive. That's what they said.
That's what they said, but more studies came out later. This was years ago.
Stop. Please. You literally just admitted it's inconclusive. That's the end of it. Stop.
What inconclusive means is not evidence against. Inconclusive means
no.
It could be possible. We don't know.
Please.
You're just trying to say inconclusive.
No, I'm not saying anything. Inconclusive means what?
It doesn't deny it. That's what inconclusive
means. They looked for evidence. They didn't find any. You can't absolutely prove it's not there, but we looked and we didn't see anything.
But this experiment was done years ago, and more evidence has come since then. And so,
dude, they've been studying this shit since like forever. They've been trying to do experiments on plants like this for a long, long time. We've never shown very minimal.
Yes,
but you know what they've discovered? Like when you scream at a plant, it's because you're breathing on it all the time.
No, because
there's environmental factors.
No, why do you keep saying no?
Because you could just easily put the plant behind a glass, and there it wouldn't make sense.
It doesn't do shit to it when you do that.
Oh God!
Because you're assuming there hasn't been more research into this.
Okay, where's the research? Because I think I would have heard about this research if it was plants had feelings.
You have to look it up. Nobody's gonna.
When people don't have a brain or the brain is not working, they don't have any thoughts whatsoever. If your brain is not functional, you have no thoughts at all.
They have a brain apparently, or something like a brain.
They do not have a brain.
Where's the area that where?
I can post a link to it. I was trying to find that video because it is new.
Plants do not have a brain, nor a central nervous system.
Okay, here, wait, I found it.
You think dude? You have no idea what you're talking about.
And see, that's what I was talking about. Like you are bringing up these things that are debunked. You don't know how to evaluate them. You're just going with the conspiracy version.
What conspiracy? How is it? Look at this.
Well, Ouija boards, for fuck's sake, man. A toy?
You're saying that's a conspiracy? Look at this video.
Yes, when you're saying that science is rejecting evidence of Ouija boards when there fucking is none, when it's been debunked a long fucking time ago. Yes, it has.
No, because
why isn't there any demonstration of a Ouija board doing shit under laboratory conditions? Why isn't there anything like that?
Because conditional factors. You can't do experiment willy-nilly. You have to make conditions.
The spirits won't show up when they're being looked for.
Well, there's been.
Look at this video.
What conditions do you need? And we can probably meet those. What conditions do you think there needs to be?
Okay, first I want to reply the guy with the dog. Okay, look at this video. Does that look like a conspiracy to you? No, this is just new science.
A video on YouTube. Fuck me.
Well, why you wanted a video on Pornhub or something?
Don't say that too loud with Amy around.
Oh, sorry.
No, I want a fucking actual scientific paper.
A paper, a video wouldn't matter.
Yes,
it would.
Come on, man. Please.
If you want to look up, do you want me to go look for freaking papers? Jesus Christ. Well, just look at this. Just look at his research and find his papers, okay? You don't. This is just an absurd attack. Like videos don't count.
Videos don't
to answer
count.
your question,
Scientific data does, not videos on YouTube.
okay,
Yeah,
so
this is your
video
problem.
evidence.
You get your education from you get your education from YouTube
A
videos.
scientist on a video. Yeah, he's a scientist in a YouTube video. What would that make him any less truth?
Because it's not peer reviewed.
He's a scientist. Who's going to peer review a peer reviewer?
Where did he go to college? What degree does he have?
What? Just look up his credentials.
I mean, there are flat Earth scientists on YouTube who say that the Earth is flat, and that makes sense scientifically. But anybody who knows anything knows that's bullshit.
Yeah, you don't need an authority to say, "Oh, that's bullshit." You can.
Yes, you do.
Why you keep appealing to authority? You think authority makes
I'm not appealing to authority. You don't know
what that means. Please quit saying that. You have no idea what that means.
Then quit appealing to authority.
I am not appealing to authority.
Oh my god! Do you know what an appeal to authority is? What it is?
No, he has no idea.
When you're saying it needs to be peer reviewed, you're saying this grand institution, which has absolute truth, cannot be denied, and you must appeal to this grand institution.
No, wrong. Nope. Not even
that's
close.
The argument. That's the argument. That's what you're saying.
No.
Then okay.
That is not an appeal to authority.
No.
That is not what the argument is. You are see. This is what I'm saying. Like you don't know the basics.
That's okay. What? Okay. Use your argument. That's your question. What was your question?
Actually, I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
So you said that robots don't have souls.
Well, no, a soul-like robot wouldn't work because it has no free will. Could there be a potentiality that we can make a robot in the future that could eventually have a soul? Maybe.
Okay.
Well,
but I doubt it.
Let me
highly doubt it.
Okay. Well, I was going to say, because I would like to then know that at least offers the potential that there could be robot ghosts. One day.
Hey, robot ghosts.
Well, it could be time traveling robot ghosts that
you could have
here today from the future.
You could have ghosts in the machine, I guess.
Okay, so the video that you just put in the link, let me tell you about the CEO and founder of Bioneers. Let me tell you what his description says. Okay. I want you said he is a scientist, did you not?
He did.
Yeah.
Okay. So he is a writer, filmmaker, and media professional. Name anything in there that said he's a scientist.
What's his name?
Kenny Azabel. He is a writer, filmmaker, and media professional. There's nothing in here that says anything about him having anything scientific in his background. This is all a bunch of bullshit. This is dreaming the future.
How do you
see, dude? This is the problem.
This is right on his website, dude. So the people you're listening to are the pseudo-science bullshit motherfuckers.
No.
Oh, Jesus fucking... Okay, I'm done with you. I literally just debunked this guy right in front of you, and you're going to sit here and say no? Are you, like, seriously right now?
No, I like how you left the part. He's a CEO of Bioneers.
I just said that. What are you talking about?
Do you know what Bioneers is?
I'm looking at it right here.
Go to Bioneers.
I am looking at his thing that he put on his website. Nowhere in here does he say he's anything with science. He is a filmmaker, writer, and a media professional. He's not a scientist. This is pseudoscience. Pseudoscience.
So you're saying that what he described in the video doesn't exist?
He is not an authority to be talking. No, stop.
Say what he said in the video is not true. You would have to say that. Say that.
Stop.
Say what he said in the video is not true.
He is not an authority to to be talking about this. He is a writer, filmmaker, and media professional.
It's what he said in the video, not
please
true.
let me finish. You are appealing to authority.
Yeah, that's actually an appeal to
That's
authority.
an appeal to authority.
That is not an appeal. That's not an appeal.
He's a false authority.
You are appealing to his authority because you think he is a scientist. You said he was a scientist. He is a writer, filmmaker, and media professional. You are committing the appeal to authority because this guy has zero authority to say plants have brains and eyes. Okay. This is ridiculous.
No. I want you to answer the question. Is what he's saying in that video true or false?
So I'm going to respond to that. I'm going to respond to that.
No idea.
So
answer that question.
So Bubble,
you're dodging. You're really good at dodging.
You're dodging. You're dodging the question.
Okay. I have really specific definitions for sentience to me. I feel like I'm throwing my hat into a ring. So my question to you is, what is the 30-minute pitch or the 30-second pitch here that you think he has proven or provided evidence for?
Well, you don't need to go to him. Look, he's clearly presenting information that is true, that it's independent of him. You don't need to appeal to him.
Can I just freeze frame? Hold on. No.
Sorry. Go ahead.
No. I love you, Bird. Send enough. No, and so you're saying it's true, and you're saying disprove what he's saying is true. And so my second is 30-second pitch. What is true?
Okay.
What does his experiments show?
In the video, he gives evidence for a brain. We have this evidence for a brain in the plant.
Wrong.
No.
That's what he's saying.
Wrong. I don't care what he's saying. He's not an authority on the subject.
Then you're appealing to his authority.
You are appealing to authority.
No, I'm appealing to what he's saying.
That's why I asked for an actual peer-reviewed paper and not some dude on the YouTube
website.
See, you have to realize when you're saying something that goes against all of what every botanist would say, and you're coming up with this very fringe idea, you need to bring something to support that. You can't just say, well, one guy thinks that that's a brain.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, I play softball with a local biologist here at the university. I've never heard a single one of them say anything like that.
It's not one guy saying plants have a brain. He's clearly getting his information from.
It's clear. How is it clear? What in that video says he's getting all this from the consensus of botanists and biologists?
How many botanists have signed on to that and said, yes, we looked at the research and it makes sense. It's solid. This could be a brain. We may have cracked plant consciousness.
Well, here, let me try to
so you have no idea. Great. Awesome.
Yeah. Once again, this is why I said you're not evaluating these things.
Wait, look, if you're going by your logic, you can never prove your position either.
We're not going by our logic. We're going by your logic. Quit putting this back on us. Quit moving the goalpost.
Okay,
this is your logic. We're attacking your logic.
What science on your side do you have to disprove him?
All of science and biology and botany.
What?
We have no evidence for any part of a plant that would allow thought.
Well, I would just go back to
Bubbles.
What our original model you were even talking about of consciousness. So here would be my question to you then, if you do believe this, what then is the difference between a plant and an animal?
A plant and an animal? I wouldn't. Conscious-wise, I wouldn't say there's one.
Really? There's no difference? Plants conscious?
Okay, now I know you're a troll. That's ridiculous.
Well, if they both feel fear, if they both
they don't feel fear, they don't feel pain. They have no central nervous system. You're ridiculous.
Well, just let let him say what
all right, you're right.
His theory. Yeah.
You saying they don't feel pain?
That's what I said.
Well, and if I could say, there may be, you could find evidence that because I've seen papers that when you cut plants, they may emit a low energy frequency. My thing is, going back to gradients, is that if we could ever find like single-celled organisms have like a proto-consciousness, or that even there is like on the outskirts, there's like this one or two things that are very similar to us, I would say our consciousness is vastly different than that of anything that we compare to the other branches. In fact, I would say it's our hallmark of being an animal. Our hallmark of being an animal. Our hallmark of being an animal is that I call it will. A lot of theists call it free will. I don't think there's a free sandwich out there. So I just think that it's our job as agents to move on classical mechanical scales. You know, our brains aren't really even wired to work in quantum mechanics or into the bigger scales like special relativity and general relativity. Brains aren't wired for that. They're wired to just be on the plane, throw the spear, hit the animal so I can get to day 2.
That's basics, yeah.
What do you mean that's basics?
Well, supply and demand.
What?
But that's how
you just saying words? Is this all you're doing? You're just saying different words like hair, swim, fin, snot? Like what?
Do you know what supply and demand is?
Yeah, but what does that have to do with anything that Amy said?
What do you think survival is about?
Well,
not about supply and demand.
That's a good question, because it's about how do we survive? How do we survive on this landscape? The reason I don't think plants are conscious, or at least nothing in the way that we would explain conscious, is because they don't have to be. Is because they actually have photosynthetic cells that could just sit there and gather energy. And one of the main reasons why I think we're conscious is because we couldn't do that.
Agreed.
Bubbles, I would just stress that you try to vet your sources better and reevaluate how you are actually evaluating things.
Hold on, let him finish, please. Go ahead.
That's fine. I was done.
Oh, sorry.
Well, I can give you sources.
No, you can't, because the one that you just gave was bunk. I debunked it in less than 30 seconds.
No, you didn't, because
I literally just did.
No, you couldn't debunk.
You don't understand it.
No, you couldn't debunk it because you could not say what he was saying in the video is false. Now, if you want to debunk it, say what he was saying in the video is false. That's debunking. Saying somebody
you also need to stop shifting the burden of proof.
Thank you.
How is that shifting the burden of proof?
Because I don't have to disprove what he said. He has to prove what he said is actual.
Then you haven't debunked it.
I just did. He is not a scientist. What part of that do you not understand? What part about he's not a scientist do you not understand?
He just Bird just asked a question. You can answer, and then I'm going to add Cerberus is actually backstage, so we'll go 15 more minutes with Cerberus in. All right, Bubble, what's your response?
Okay. They keep coming on, but it's okay. We love them.
Whether he's a
That's
scientist,
what she said.
Okay, whether he's a scientist or not does not matter to the info he is presenting.
Yes, it does.
Your duty to debunk something has to say like what the person presenting in the video is false. I'm not a scientist. I don't have a title. That's an appeal to like
my underwear goes missing in the laundry. Can you debunk that it's not underpant gnomes taking it?
Well, gnomes are real.
Can you just
okay, hold on. Okay.
I swear, if anybody's ever had a kid, you know that the way kids' socks disappear.
Fucking tried.
Doesn't mean gnomes are taking your stuff.
Gnomes are not real.
That is the question, though. Regardless, I mean, at this point,
is it more crazy the ghosts or
dragons, it's all giants.
Yeah.
But is it underwear gnomes? He did ask though. Are the underwear gnomes?
No. What
Why?
Okay.
How do you know that?
Well, look, okay. Not everything has to be supernatural. You losing things clearly. You don't.
I didn't say they were supernatural.
Who said they were supernatural?
Hey, I like that answer.
Well, let him answer though.
Yeah, the first thing, you don't have to jump to supernatural claims. Look, people lose things, but do gnomes have been recorded of stealing stuff? Yes, apparently during Vietnam they were taking the clothes. They were taking the clothes of dead bodies of soldiers.
My God.
Oh, it couldn't be people doing it. It had to be gnomes. I mean,
no, because people saw.
No, what were you going to say?
They saw them. Okay.
People saw.
Well, that's evidence, is it not?
No,
dude. Well,
I mean, it's evidence, but it's not very quality evidence. It's
you have no idea what evidence means, and you have no idea what science means. So,
not the
if you keep appealing to authority and say you're not appealing to authority.
Stop. You have no idea what that means, so please quit saying it.
I think we could probably get Cerberus in now.
Yeah.
Or you can make your point, and then we'll get Cerberus in.
Let's get someone else up in here.
I can't help it now. I'm the same obsession with Snake Boy. So you're saying they stole trinkets? They steal fancy stuff? Is it anything?
Damn you, Amy.
That's where your underwear is.
But I can't help it.
It's not the pervert.
I know.
In the laundry room.
My stupid analogy was meant to demonstrate the burden shifting.
I know.
You so didn't expect a yes, and you got a yes.
Yeah, they're real. What?
It was like Darth Dawkins with the. Have you been diagnosed?
But wait, are you saying it's a? Are you saying? Are we starting with it's a myth or? I guess I always just look for motivations and things. I always look for the emotional attachment to get me to the logical. Like I'm trying to understand just why they would be motivated to even take. Like, what do the gnomes get out of taking the trinkets? And you will answer that. And
when
then
do we get to that logical, plausible, probable truth about?
Damn you, James.
Well, the myth of them stealing things didn't come out of nowhere. So the fact that okay,
I'm listening. I'm listening.
All right, let it finish.
So the fact of them taking clothes from soldiers shouldn't be a surprise. Apparently, okay. So apparently, then,
go ahead,
So it's only natural they would take these things. Apparently, they have been reported to take children. I don't know why, and they apparently can travel through mirrors. I don't know why. But it's not the only thing that can travel through mirrors, because apparently all the other types of demons can travel through mirrors. I don't know why. It's just this.
Crying.
To be continued. Continued.
Let's get Cerberus on.
How in the hell would you
I
actually
want to ask
that?
a lot of questions.
It's magic. But
you saw a YouTube video on it, dude.
Supernatural.
Bring Cerberus on, Amy.
I'm going to be honest.
Words.
Okay, I want to ask questions. I'm going to get Cerberus, and then I want, like I said, recently I was told a snake revolved around the earth. So I'm here to listen to those hypotheses. All right, Cerberus, we are Skeptic Bible studying on chapters 6 and 7 of the book of Numbers, the 4th book of the Bible. We're having some theological and philosophical back and forth. How are you? What are your thoughts?
Well, first, my thoughts are, what are you people doing? It's like 5 a.m. where I am. I just woke up to go do work.
We're a little crazy.
Hold on. What are you doing? That's a more important question.
I own a farm. But
no, I'm just messing with you.
Yeah, I just want to say 2 things. I'll make this super quick. I want to answer the question, the difference between plants and animals. And I believe I've been told that the difference is they're created on different days.
Oh, yeah. That makes sense.
That's what I remember.
Yep.
And I mean, how dare you people not believe in gnomes? I mean, everyone's convinced that someone raped a bunch of people when a bunch of a bunch of women claim they raped him. How many people have to lose precious family heirlooms to gnomes before you guys will believe gnomes exist?
All right, that's proof. See, that's actual proof, Bubbles. See?
I think the one stealing the socks is probably that Jen from Church of Entropy, because ever since we started bringing her on the channel, I've been noticing my socks are like disappearing, and I don't have a better explanation. So
that's
probably
Mr. That's Mr.
Bubbles can't disprove them. That's all I know.
Well, let's go down the gnome hole for a second.
That's your hole, Amy?
Oh, baby. You gave two radically different things that they steal. You said clothing and children. I feel like those are very different goals of wanting to acquire things. Why clothing? Why children?
Well, I mean, wait, can I give this answer?
Sure, go ahead.
Well, I mean, they like children, right? But they're not pedophiles. So they need something to put on them.
Allowed near Chuck E. Cheese.
Okay, see, but what's funny about that is that would be something that, Bubbles, you would think is correct.
Or
he's joking.
It's at least plausible.
Exactly.
Hey.
Can't rule it out.
Probably not, because they got penis, and degeneracy exists.
Hey, Bubbles, is there anything that you don't believe in?
Yeah. You just said gnomes have a penis. Have you ever seen a gnome?
Well,
is it 15 feet long?
No, I have people who have seen demons. Gnomes.
Okay, no. Have you seen a gnome's penis?
No.
Then how the hell do you know a gnome has a penis?
Okay, have you ever seen evolution?
No, stop. Answer my question, please. Don't go to another question.
Where are we right now?
When have you seen a gnome's
when
penis?
When have you seen your fantasy?
Okay,
See?
so
I can do the same thing.
You're just an idiot. Okay.
But wait, I want to go back. Clothing, children. Why do gnomes steal clothing and children? They could steal lots of things. Why those two things?
I can see the clothing because, it's better just to steal clothes if you can than make your own clothes, especially if you can take them from a dead body. But the children part, probably something bad, if not eating them.
Well, wait. Can I ask also?
Or slavery.
So now we're eating children? What?
On the clothing, I assume the gnomes are smaller than humans, but they're stealing human-sized clothing?
Well,
maybe they're child size, so they're wearing the clothes. I don't know.
Okay, so you not see all these questions are meant to be a dig at you, but you still answer them like that what gnomes actually do, and you've seen a gnome penis.
Well,
do you not see how
I
this
just
is
want to know
ridiculous?
logistics.
I mean, you got to give him credit for it. He's standing against all of us, just throwing stuff at him. So that's
I guess that's true.
A lot of them would have cut and run by now, but he's just.
Well, look, if you want
answer our question.
Yeah, I just wanted to encourage him to reevaluate his methods that he's using to actually evaluate things.
He has no.
It seems like you believe just about anything, dude. I mean.
If you want to prove me wrong, you're welcome to try to prove me wrong.
That's burden shifting.
Yeah,
well,
dude.
Actually, I'll tell you what I want to do.
Is he an Alex Stein subscriber?
I'll tell you what I want to do. I only want to believe things that have evidence, and I want to believe as few false things as possible.
Yep.
And
so as many true things as possible.
Well, we can prove ghosts for sure.
You seem to be on the opposite track.
Yeah. You know what we can do? Yeah, you can.
You cannot prove a ghost.
Yeah, you can. You know what you have to do. You're just so scared. It's natural to be scared.
I feel like we can come back.
What do you have to do, Bubble? What do you have to do?
This is our
a Ouija board.
We're about to be on 4 hours and 30 minutes. We're going to do. It's mostly this. Actually, it's only been like an hour or so of open mic. It's been a short open mic. This was a really long Bible study. Yeah, it took almost like 3 hours, I think, for the Bible study. I just want to touch on one last subject, and then we'll go into outros. Oh, baby.
That's always on her mind.
It's the only one we didn't also cover, is that you said demons are real. Now, I just want to freeze that. Who are demons? What are demons, and why? Why are they existing and going out there and doing this stuff? Like, what is? Give me the skinny on demons.
Okay, you gotta look for first the origin of the word demon. The origin of the word demons was made up by Christian to use as a derogatory term against gods of different faiths. So Thor would have been considered a demon in their eyes. But you also have demons from those angels who were fallen, and demons who were created, and demons who were once human. And so demon seems to be this encompassing term more than one specific demon.
So what do you think demons are?
Well, I think it is the encompassing term. You can have
all of them.
All of them?
I guess so. Yeah. I mean, yeah. You have the goat legs, definitely real. it's fighting. Yeah.
Are they evil?
I don't believe in evil. I believe they're hurt.
Bubbles, do you actually care if your beliefs are true or not?
No, he doesn't.
What?
There's no way.
Do you care if your beliefs are true or not?
Yeah. Do you?
Yeah, we definitely do. You definitely don't. So where did you say the word demon came from? Where do you think it come from?
Okay, if you want to be true, then do the Ouija thing. Go to a haunted place.
No. Stop. Where did you say the word demon came from?
It was used by Christians mainly as a derogatory term against gods of other religions. But
so
demon devil
it came from Christians.
That's as far as we know. There could be other origins, but this is the origin I know.
Okay, well, your origin is completely false. You need to go wiki it because it came from the Greek, and it was not.
But
what do you mean you know?
Yeah, but the Greeks they wouldn't say the demon, their god is a demon in the way we say it's a demon.
Oh my God.
We're using the demon as in biblical derogatory demon.
But you don't ascribe to any Bible, correct? Any religious text?
No, not really.
Okay, so why is that an argument?
No, I'm just saying this is like they're using it in a different context.
Okay, okay.
I mean,
what else do you want to talk about, Amy? Because we're getting nowhere.
Yeah, I will say we're about to switch into outros. I want to ask just two last questions for you, Bubble, which is all of the three concepts that we've been talking about, and you could tell me us to varying degrees. How certain are you that these type of entities exist? And it could be like 60 for some and 100 for others, but
100 for all.
For all, okay,
100?
100%. Now, with that number in mind,
wow.
My question would then be, what would it take to get you to 99%?
Well, you would have to disprove. You would have to prove evolution. You would have to.
That's already been done. So what's next?
Go prove your fantasy first. How about that?
Okay. What else? Is that it? Just evolution?
No. You would also show that ghosts aren't real. Many people say like, you want a scientific method. Here's the scientific method of proving it. Try to debunk it.
Keyboard. Come on, man.
I mean, the thing with proving a negative, it's almost impossible to prove something doesn't exist. We don't do that.
It's not almost impossible. It is impossible.
If you want to assert something does exist.
This is not impossible. It's not impossible to find a haunted place. Look, you can't. It's not like you set up a date with these ghosts, but you're increasing your possibility of contact. And a haunted place is going to give you more than your grandma's spooky basement.
You have, if let's say I go to a haunted place and I have what you would describe as an experience, how would I know that I was having a true experience with a ghost and not just a product of my mind or imagination?
Depends in varying degrees. Yeah. When you see a demon, if it
Depends
reveals
in varying degrees.
Well, yeah, you're gonna have varying degrees. Some ghosts aren't gonna reveal themselves. Some demons will full body apparition reveal.
How do you know this?
Yeah, but so let's say I see
Anecdotal
what I
stories.
think is a
Okay.
full body apparition. How do I know if it's not just a product of my imagination?
Why are you scared? Like,
What do you- Oh,
do
If
you
I'm
have-
scared, does that
well,
make
well,
it? Does that validate it or make it more real if I get scared?
Well, you would have to check. Do you have some sort of mental disorder?
Well, I mean, here's the thing. So if you're going to an area that you think is haunted and you are thinking there could be spirits there, your mind is more likely to interpret something.
But why would he do that if you don't believe in him?
Because you're already because you're going to an area to see if they're there. You're looking for them, and a lot of people do, and they never find them.
But you believe they're not real, so there's no reason for that fear.
What do you mean?
If you don't,
and a lot of people go looking and they don't find anything.
Right.
Yes, it's not like you're setting up a date. You're only increasing your possibility.
Okay. So it's all dependent on what I believe and not what's real. Got it. Okay.
So the people who are having these experiences probably thought they were going to, so their mind is interpreting things in that way.
Yes.
No,
That's
because
literally just
you
said.
cannot. No, that's what I'm saying. You let me finish.
You hear a bump or anything, your mind is likely to say, "Oh, that could be a ghost."
No, because you can communicate with them. You can have replies and conversations with them. But you can. There's
video
methods.
of this? You have video evidence of this?
We're gonna learn out.
No, of you doing this.
I'm not gonna do it because I don't want to mess with them.
Why?
I don't want.
Are you scared, bro?
I have a feeling we're going to move on, so I'm going to say what I wanted to say. But
You would
Bubbles,
have
how
to
do
be
we know
quick.
that you're not a ghost?
Because I'm clearly not a ghost. Look at me.
I don't believe you. You might be a
That's
ghost.
exactly what a ghost would say.
Exactly.
Well, then you must have some sort of like mental disorder, and I would have to tell you, hey, get some help.
That sounds like demon speak to me.
Call Bob
I'm
Larson.
nice
We'll
to
do an
you.
exorcism. You know who Bob Larson is?
Send your emojis. Exercise out.
Yeah.
I still think it's funny that you're scared to go do this.
Because they're real. I know they're gonna hurt me.
How do
I'm
you
not
know
gonna
that?
get hurt.
You don't
How
know.
do you
You
know that?
pretend to know.
Yeah, you don't know. Yeah.
But that's okay. Because who you gonna call?
Ghostbusters.
And there's a new movie coming out. New trailer just hit past month. Go check it out.
I mean, here's the thing. A lot of times people with that mindset, they don't want to look for it because they would rather keep believing than to do the experiment and find out it's not real, and then their whole worldview comes
How
crashing
could Bubbles
down.
be
Well,
mistaken?
non-believer-
He
well,
has to be
non-believers
right.
have
He's
not-
special. He knows more than we do about the spirit world. He's old and wise. Can't you tell?
It's like why the flat earthers don't just
I don't
take
know why
a,
you guys are talking to a
a
ghost.
plane or a rocket ship.
Well, you have nothing
see
to
the
fear if
Earth
you don't
burn.
believe these things.
Patrick Swayze, right over now.
Yeah.
And
I
all
used to
right,
believe.
we are gonna move into our mimes, so everyone
Super
will be able to
straight
get
mimes.
to say
Extra
exactly
straight.
our super straight mimes, so everyone can get to say their final word. I do want to respond. I saw you asking Claire if we'll do a Quran study. We will actually do one day. We are moving through the Skeptic's Annotated Bible, but the Skeptic's Annotated Bible actually has a Skeptic's Annotated Quran. Woohoo!
And the Book of Mormon.
And the Book of Mormon. I am going to send a shout out to R and Ra, who is produced by the lovely Pieta, our lovely gentleman who comes on here so often. So go check out that
But like-
shit. Go check out their
Gonna Go For It.
Sunday Quran studies. So go check that out. And then one day we're going to be doing a Skeptic's Annotated Quran, baby, and a Skeptic's Annotated
But like-
Mormon. I had Phoebe was asking, she wants us to do our own version of a Skeptic's Annotated Talmud. So who knows?
We can do that.
We'll do it. We'll do them all, baby.
But like the great Sheriff Buford T. Justice said, one shit at a time.
Yeah. Well, and there's 66 books in the Bible. Holy moly. And we are in
It's a
book
lot of
4.
bullshit to unpack. That's a lot of
bullshit.
bull in there. Yep.
I know, and with such wisdom and excitement, like the chapter that we experienced today, ladies and gentlemen.
Flesh Runner, remember Flesh Runner? The running.
I know. And how could we forget the Dukes? The Dukes of Hazzard.
Yep.
It's like 40, 47 Dukes, something like that.
Hey, Bubbles, can I tell you one more thing?
Yeah, sure.
What you said earlier, Amy asked you, how confident are you about all these things you believe? You said 100%, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So do you understand what that means when you say you're 100% convinced of these things?
You're going to answer, and we're going to go into outros.
That I believe this is true?
No. It means you're incapable of hearing the actual truth.
How?
What's the difference? Here, answer this. What's the difference between being 100% confident that something is true and
I will say.
What's the difference?
Now,
come again. Sorry, I couldn't hear
the
you.
thing, and I'll let you answer the question again. But no matter what his answer is, even if it is you don't like it, we gotta have to answer in your outro. So go ahead.
So I'm gonna reword it.
Ask it again.
So. What is the difference between being 100% confident that something is true and a delusion?
Delusion. Being confident? Well, just confidence is just confidence. You can't prove confidence. It's a trick question.
No, it's not a trick question.
Well, it is.
Doing your outro, yeah, you can all respond. Unleash the mimes.
All right. We have been Skeptic Bible Studying on chapters 6 and 7 of the 4th book of the Bible. I hope you all had fun, but Cerberus, what are your final thoughts? And if you'd like, where can people find you?
What I always say, you can't find me, I'll find you.
Ooh.
And I guess really the only thing I have to say is if someone tells you something is real and you think it's unfalsifiable, just claim that they're that thing and challenge them to falsify that.
It's a great tactic.
Thanks, Cerberus.
Woohoo! Thank you so much for joining us, Cerberus. And all right, we are moving right down the line. Blaster Master, we have been Skeptic Bible Studying on chapters 6 and 7, along with some theological, philosophical back and forth. Where can people find you? Hope you had fun. What are your final thoughts?
Oh, yeah, I had fun. My final thoughts are that the Bible is boring. A lot. Yep. Like, most of it's boring. And you know, I wish Bubbles. I wish he understood that. Like when I'm confronting him about these things, it's not because, it's because we care. Like I wouldn't be asking these questions if I didn't care. And the reason I'm trying to tell you these that I don't think you're evaluating these things properly is because I want to help you think better. We're trying to teach people to think critically around here. And no, I think Amy and James do a pretty good job of that most of the time. Mm-hmm. And hopefully we can encourage more of that in the future.
Thank you, Blaster.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so very much, Blaster Master. And all right, we are moving right down the line. Bird is the word. We have been Skeptic Bible Studying and going over chapters 6 and 7 of the 4th book of the Bible, Numbers. Hope you had a fun time with theological and philosophical back and forth. Where can people find you? What are your final thoughts?
People can find me. That's none of your damn business, and always have fun.
Thanks, Bird.
Thank you so very much, Bird. And all right, moving down. Bubble, We've had some good back and forth as we had a whole big skeptic Bible study on chapters 6 and 7, the fourth book of the Bible. I hope you had a great time. Where can people find you, and what are your final thoughts?
You can find me on YouTube. I actually have a few scientific videos up on Bubblegum Gun Corp. It's on YouTube. I guess I'll reply to Blaster Master. That's a gaslight attack. Look, I showed you like you want scientific way. This is the way you do it. It's just like it's okay to be scared. You would have to be crazy not to be scared of these things. I'm still scared. But if you want to prove it to yourself, this is a scientific method of approaching it.
You don't know what the scientific method is, buddy. Sorry.
It is. And I guess I also respond to it.
So me trying to encourage critical thought is gaslighting.
Yeah.
No, you're appealing to me having some sort of mental error or like something.
No, he didn't say that. He didn't say that.
Sorry.
I was trying to encourage you to use critical thought.
Like, come on, people. We had a format.
That's
You're
a
right.
gaslight.
You're right.
We were so close too. No, I love you all. I'll be
But
honest.
it's ironic, and then you turn around and then gaslight me, which is bullshit.
No, I'm just calling out your gaslight. You were trying to gaslight me.
You don't know what gaslighting is, man.
I did. That was a gaslight tactic. Anyways, also, I don't care about credentials or like a title.
Oh, we know.
I don't, because I only care for truth. I'm willing to listen. It's just something you got to try. Learn to listen. Of course, I don't pull these things out of my ass. I listen to everybody, and this is the way it seems to be pushing. Basically. All right, that's all.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so very much, Bubble. And all right. I would move down the line, but we are actually at the pilot seat. Hey, that's Bird. We are actually at the pilot seat, which means I'm handing the keys over to the pilot, James.
I don't know if I'm ready to fly. I believe I can fly, but
I believe I can fly.
There you go. So thanks, guys, for spending your Saturday night with us. Stay tuned. We're going to hammer out some upcoming episodes soon, and we'll be back. But thanks, everybody, for coming on. Thank you, Bubbles. I know you got a little bit pounded from each direction, but that's okay. We appreciate you coming on.
That's what she said.
Hey.
Woohoo!
Love it.
Thank you so very much, James. And all right, everybody. Hi, Manamana. Thank you. I'm contractually obligated to finish that.
Bird jumped in to save the day.
Phenomena.
That was good. I mean, that's what everybody likes. We like to, as much as we like the shake weights with all the non-believers, and we do love you, non-believer community. But we love our theist brothers and sisters too, so keep on coming back.
Just trying to help. Just trying to help.
Well, and just like my brothers were trying to say, I feel like the channel is to promote skepticism and critical thinking. While we laugh. I like that it's a light-hearted community, that we're all basically, having a lot of bants. I love that. But at the same time, we're talking about deep subjects, and it really does, deep, baby, jump down deep, and it really does matter to me what is true. And I mean that all around. For the atheist, the theist, if you're coming on here to seek the truth, you will keep on. Welcome being on here. Keep on coming. Once again, that's what he said, because we're gender neutral here. God damn it! Oh, I hope you all had a fun time on this episode of Skeptic Bible Study. 12 Days of Sacrifice, where God told Moses how someone can become a Nazarite, then the princes of Israel went on a 12-day deity worshiping
12 inches of sacrifice.
12 inches, baby. Did you know that whales each laying sacrifices at the altar? Totally not not creepy.
And no penises.
What, Bird? Who said that we're not trying to learn? We're trying to learn.
Bird should go on Conspiracy Castle's channel and talk about penis.
Yeah,
because he's very concerned about his.
I can't hate him for the same way I can't hate Alex Jones, but I can't take him seriously for the same way I can't take Alex Jones seriously.
Yeah.
Like I view them as GIFs. Like at this point, I just view them more like this. I would be surprised just for themes. The question was what would you not believe? That's a question I'd like to ask Conspiracy Castle. Just give me something you don't believe, God damn it. Just give me anything.
Yeah.
If we're at the Titanic didn't sink, come on, man.
I think Rose is even worse, and that says a lot.
Well,
I think she's even crazier.
Yeah.
I didn't hear what she was saying.
She's a nut job.
Wait, Rose Patton?
But anyway, where they each laid sacrifices at the altar, and I want to thank my co-host James W. with our guests Bubble, Bird, Blaster Master, and Cerberus, along with all our viewers and the lovely people in chat and our mods who make this stream so awesome. Mwah, mwah. Don't forget, if you're feeling fancy, thank you very much, to like, follow, or subscribe. And switch that bell icon to all so you can get reminders. That's how the YouTube sends it out. 30-minute updates. Woohoo! And finally, if you'd like to help us make even more fun content, feel free to check out our Patreon at patreon.com/Amy Newman. I'm Amy Newman, and we will see you all on the next episode of Skeptic Ball Z. Good night, everyone.
Good night, guys.
Good night.